Oop, wrong scene. There we go. That's the one. Hello. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hope you're all having a good weekend. Yeah, come on, camera. Thank you. Yeah. And welcome to another speedrun of Yakuza Like a Dragon. This time, we are gonna have a good run, or we're gonna try to have a good run, but we're gonna have my best speedrun marathon style commentary. So once we get started, I'm gonna turn off alerts and chat on screen and stuff like that, and do my best to have a marathon commentaries type thing, and y'all can be my audience. Feel free to chat and ask questions and such, because there probably will be points where I run out of things to talk about. Also, howdy, Aaron. Thanks for being ever so heckin' prompt. And yeah. So yeah, and I was hanging out in Fruit's chat just a little bit ago while he was doing a run, and I asked him if for a GDQ submission run, if I have to also include incentives in the run, like, or do I need to have them like be a part of the time calculation? And he said no. And I'm glad I asked, and I'm glad he was willing to give me the answer. 'Cause yeah, so I'm gonna treat this like a normal speedrun, because I'm not gonna be doing anything extra. Yeah, I'm not gonna be doing anything extra in the run. Yeah, I'm trying to think through, because my incentives would be voice or language choice, whether it be English or Japanese. Poundmate showcase, which is a time sync, but like I was told, yeah, that's calculated later. We don't include it in your submission run. I'll probably bring it up, but I'm not actually gonna showcase those incentives right now, or gonna do the Poundmate showcase in this run. And then costume choice. I'll probably just pick some random stuff because I decided to buy the costume DLC to have as a potential incentive. And then I think that was it. I think that was kind of the only. Yeah, those are the only real incentives I could think of. Yeah, we're gonna treat this like a normal run, and it's gonna be a we're going through with this run no matter what type of run. God, I can't even remember what they're called. No reset runs, basically. It's gonna be a no reset run. Whatever RNG I'm getting, I'm carrying it through, come hell or high water. Yeah, marathon type one. Yeah, that works too. Also, howdy, dynamic type. Thanks for stopping by. Let's see. Is there anything else I want to cover before I hop into it? Let's see. I should probably make a command. Probably make a Moobot command. And I'll put it on a timer. Thank you. Good luck. good. Timers. Yes, I know I can upgrade Moobot. Know this. Turn you on. That goes away. This. Change this to every 30 minutes. Yep. Keep using number pad, but that's what is defaulted to live split while it's ups. Okay. Save that over. Okay. So now, probably change the title to reflect that. Now on a cycle, Moobot's gonna say that. Saying that I'm recording a GDQ submission run and I'm trying marathon style commentary. Feel free to ask any questions about the run or how I got into speedrunning it, because that will help me find more things to talk about other than the run itself, which the run itself has a lot to talk about already. But yeah. All right. Let's get into it. So time to hide chat, hide alerts, hide event list, adjust my borders, live split, game capture, camera, and all my background stuff. Okay. I think I am ready to go. So let's start the commentary. Once I get some water. All right. Okay. Yeah, alerts are off, so I will have to just pay attention if people decide to raid or something like that. Oh shoot, I need chapstick. Lips are dry. All right. All right. I think I am good to go. All right. So how do I want to begin it? All right. Hello, and welcome to the speedrun of Yakuza Like a Dragon, the most recent mainline Yakuza entry. And there's going to be a lot to talk about in the run, and it is a long run, so we will have the time to talk about it. So, time starts on the legendary first aid kit box. So, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So this is Yakuza Like a Dragon. This is the first Yakuza game in the main series that the main character is no longer Kiryu Kazuma, or Kazuma Kiryu. This game's main character is Ichiban Kasuga. And along with that change in main character comes a drastic change in style. So this game, although it starts with this lovely little chase sequence, it is the only chase sequence in this game and we'll never see it again. But this game starts off, or along with the change in main character, changes us over into a different genre of game entirely. Whereas the older Yakuza games were all brawler style combat, and things like that. This game is a JRPG. I believe started as an April Fool's joke video that the studio made that they ended up just turning into reality. And I think it's incredible. And also, the game is fantastic. So now we're gonna get into our RPG basics. It's an old school JRPG at that. We even got turn systems. It's even a turn base. This is a simple tutorial fight showing us how to do the game. You can knock enemies down to the ground. If they're on the ground, they get an automatic critical hit, which is very important. We'll use that often throughout the run. Use items to heal, defend, yada yada, you know. Also, Ichi, weirdly enough, got a fast agility roll there and was able to outspeed the tutorial. You're supposed to guard for an incoming attack, but Ichi outsped the attack, so he didn't even have to guard it. But now, equip. We got a skill, as any RPG has. So this game has some quick equip slots that we can put our abilities on. They save lots of time over the course of the run to just hit a button on the directional pad. So when we get important abilities, or when we get a cluster of important abilities, we'll put those on for quick menu access. And now, introduced to another immediate system, this game also likes to be Persona a lot. So we get our own personality traits that we can increase throughout the course of the run. Although not important with that first choice we had, where many dialogue choices will add certain amounts to those certain personality traits. We only care about 2 of them in this run, and we only care about them until, or we don't care about them until basically chapter 5. So whenever prompted for something like that, we are just gonna pick whatever's the fastest option until then. So howdy, MDH. Thanks for stopping by. Now we get into our next tutorial fight, teaching us of those fancy abilities we just got. I got lucky there. So this fight has one of the weirdest quirks, and the only fight that has this quirk in this run is that one of these lower HP enemies can just have a glitched HP bar and survive a hit when they're not supposed to. They're supposed to go down in 1. It's very strange, but it happens too often. Also, that guy has exactly 36 HP. So if we got a high roll there, we wouldn't have had to do a second turn. Oh well. You have to get pretty lucky to not end up having to take that second turn. But yeah, this run is also a great showcase of basically everything that goes along with running an RPG. This opening section starts off like many RPGs. It's very limited on what you can actually do, so there's a lot of running from point A to B and doing our best with the very limited skill set we have. But then it starts to branch and open up widely. We reach chapter 5, and chapter 5 is where like all the routing comes into this game. We're doing a lot of prep for the mid to late game, and figuring out ways to go fastest there. Then you get the middle chapters, chapters 6 through 11. That's a lot more. That is a lot more. That's a lot more execution heavy, because of all the work that we do in chapter 5 to become quite powerful. Those chapters are not that dangerous to us, so it's all about executing all the strategies as best as we can. And then we get to the rest of the game, chapter 12 on, where the game actually gets very difficult, where we start to really heavily see that we are underleveled. So the end game, late game boss fights are tough and need to be approached in quite a specific manner, and need to pay attention to how the fights progress. Lots of great improvisation and adaptation in those later boss fights. It's just such a fantastic run to do. But now we get to the point where, as in, again, in other Yakuza games as well as in RPGs, we got random encounters that can spawn. We have ways that we can despawn them. Unfortunately, none were in that way, in the way to properly despawn that gen. One way to despawn enemies is to talk to vending machines like those. But in Chapter 1, we can't use them yet. So unfortunately, that is not an option that we can use to despawn. Anytime basically you're going into a menu deeper than like your start menu, if you open up a shop, if you try to enter into buy something at a restaurant or something like that, these are methods that will despawn any enemy encounters, and we'll be using those throughout the run. But unfortunately in Chapter 1, we just don't really have that option. So there's a couple spots we could have. We have opportunities to despawn enemies on the route that we had to take, but nothing that was in the potential way of that one fight spawn we saw. So we had to take the long route. Oh well. But now we'll take that exact same route we just did, but we have our friend following us. The leader of our Yakuza family, the Arakawa family. He's gonna take us out to dinner. And luckily, he makes it so that enemies don't spawn. Because apparently that's just the power of being the head of a Yakuza. And now we got some more cutscenes before entering into another fight. Lots and lots of cutscenes. Yakuza is also a franchise known for having a bit of a slow start to many of their games, as well as having a lot of story and cutscenes. And I love them to death. But they are slow. So for the speedrun, we'll be skipping the majority of them. This fight has a small amount of strategy. Punch the guy with the purse. And I didn't explain that because I whiffed it. This game has a perfect guard system. Oh, that's also rude. It also has a status effect system. But the perfect guards is if you time a circle press correctly, just like that, you get a perfect guard. That prevents your ally from getting knocked back. It prevents them from taking status effects if you perfect guard it. And in the case of these fights where we're only Ichi, it also means that he will prep his next attack sooner. So we want to get our perfect guards as best we can. But also what you saw there was taunt. This game has status effects because it's a JRPG. And that taunt makes it so that you will only physically attack the person who taunted you. And that is slow for us. We don't want to see those. We do not want to see those. Now we're on to the final fight of this chapter. These four gentlemen. And also what I should talk about real quick while we're doing this relatively simple fight where we just... Again, we have one skill right now, so we'll use it and abuse it as best we can. Shoot, and I lost my train of thought. I lost what I was going to discuss. Hopefully I'll remember it soon. But yeah, these beginning fights were mostly, just going from point A to point B, getting stuff done as best we can with the limited move set. Also, because it's a no reset run, I'm going to just have to fight off the urge to stare at the fact that I'm already losing time. The luck in this, like I was mentioning before, the beginning portions of this run are... all of your time is going to be dictated by the RNG. It is unfortunate. Luckily, it's just in the beginning of the run, so we don't have to worry about it quite so much later on, but in early parts of the run, we would have to, or we would have like normally reset and things like that at this point, but we press on. So story-wise, Ichiban is a member of the Arakawa family of the Tojo clan. And I'm going to do my best to remember when I don't remember too much. But he was looking after the young master, Arakawa Sr.'s son. And someone in the clan ended up murdering someone on New Year's Eve. And Ichiban was willing to take the fall. So Ichi was just put in prison for 18 years. And has come back to us. And now he has a fancy haircut. Now he's a real JRPG protagonist. He's got not quite spiky hair. Poofy hair, I guess. This is another fight. Oh, that is great. First time we get to see that. This one starting ability that we start with, or Tenacious Fist, has the potential to stun. And we like to see stuns like that, because that was another enemy that could taunt us and waste our time. But because he got stunned, he didn't get to have any turns. And it's awesome. For many status effects in this game, they last 3 turns. In these early fights where we can get a stun off on an enemy, they typically won't last 3 turns, so it just is great. Also, that's a bad enemy spawn, but speaking of what I was talking about before, despawn them. They're gone. Poof. The vending machine scared them away. Now, we got to do one quick trip here. Gotta buy 2 pieces of armor that we'll utilize later in this chapter, as well as a smoke bomb. Smoke bomb lets us escape from random encounters. On the PC version of this run, there is the option, as another way to despawn enemies, to save the game and then load the game right back. And because PC has a load time remover, it doesn't cost that much time. Still costs time, 3 to 5 seconds or so. But it is a nice option. We don't have that, unfortunately, for the PS5 version. So we have to really know where our vending machines and shops are located, where we can try to despawn where we can. And if we really have to encounter the enemy, we're just going to have to take the fight and run away. But obviously fastest if we can just run. These earliest fights, not too much to talk about with them. Just simple. Simple. Use the one ability you have as much as you can to take them out. If there's a proper attack order, we'll take it, but not too much. And this little brief run here would be a good time to fit in a first batch of donations. Because we just got to take a sprint to the other side of the city. Also, we start in Kamurocho. Forgot to mention that. This game starts off in Kamurocho, the city that everyone who's played Yakuza games is incredibly familiar with. All right. On to the next fight. Again, going to use the ability Tenacious Fist as we have been. Need to do the correct targeting though. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to talk about. The targeting system. Oh boy, the targeting system. Won't come into play too much now, but this game has a good, I was going to say good targeting system, but that's not entirely correct. Also, that was incorrect. I was supposed to regularly attack that enemy. So that is unfortunate. I'm going to have a slow next fight. But the targeting system in this game works that wherever you're targeting on the screen, you have to try and change your target based on the direction that you want to go and how the screen is angled. And it's not great. Using up, down, left, and right when weird diagonals and depths are involved with targeting, it's not great. We do our best. In some situations, you will see me kind of slow down my targeting to really make sure that I ended up choosing the target I was trying to. The The game conveniently during fights has hold on one second. Game has a fast travel system. It's taxis. It has conveniently a list of allies at the bottom and a list of enemies at the top right, but we can't use those to target. It's unfortunate that it's set up there, but game doesn't allow us. But start this last fight here. Keep saying last fight when it's not the last fight. I apologize for that. But this gentleman here, oh, that's a nice crit. Nice crit and stun. This gentleman has a move called stare down. And stare down. Oh boy, stare down. Stare down causes fear. And fear prevents your ally from doing anything at all for 3 turns, just like a stun. It is not great when that happens. But also, we have an ally now. This is also something that typically has not happened with the Yakuza series before. We have allies that fight alongside us as permanent party members even. Not just there for certain set pieces. But unfortunately, Adachi is only here for this set piece. But he's going to be very useful to us for this set piece. So now we get to start into some nuances with running away. Running away in this game, as we're working our way through this small little dungeon. Running away is not dependent on any of your stats at all. Running away is entirely dependent on your character's ability to run in the opposite direction they're facing. They need to go a set distance in order to properly escape. So we're gonna be entering these fights because fights are slow and we don't want to take them if we don't have to. So we're going to be trying to enter these fights at specific angles so that we can run away from them as soon as we get our turn. And we took a quick detour there to pick up a hardball. That is a usable thrown item. That does about the equivalent of 2.5 of our tenacious fists. It is very useful for the boss fight coming up. That is unfortunate. I'm gonna use the smoke bomb. There's one small quirk with running away, in that the game can like erect in an invisible barrier around the arena to prevent like allies and enemies from running to weird spots where they might get stuck. But unfortunately, that invisible barricade also stops us from running away. So there will be times where we had plenty of space to run backwards, but the game says no. But we're now entering the part of this little set piece here where we have to fight. We can't run away from these ones anymore. So we're going to aim starting off with these level 6 enemies that have less HP than level 4, strangely enough. Also, these guards really like to kick shins, and it's really upsetting. Why would you kick someone in the shins like that? A thing that I had to audible there. So normally with this, we like to knock the enemy to the ground with Ichi. Then Adachi will follow up with an opportune attack while they're on the ground for a free critical hit. It is nice to have that happen. But if you're going in for a regular attack, if you're walking past another enemy, they have attacks of opportunity. So they can decide to kick your ally while they're walking past. They can kick your ally while they're walking past, and that stops their turn and also does damage to them. It's not great when that happens. So we do our best. But taking that into account, they do not do that if you're using an ability. That's why at that point there, I decided to go and use a beatdown with Adachi rather than pressing on with a physical attack. Because that way Adachi wouldn't get interrupted. All right. Ow. This fight we will target everyone except for the high HP enemy because they all go down in one with an ability. So we'll take down 2 of them before I get a chance to do anything. Oh, that was the wrong target. Wanted to try and Tenacious Fist the big HP guy, because that way he would potentially be stunned for this turn, rather than attacking Adachi that he's going to do now. Oh, I got the stun anyway. That is nice. So now he doesn't get his final turn, and we'll just punch him to take him down. Sorry for the bit of frazzled commentary to start, but there's a lot to talk about just on basic mechanics, and trying to keep track of everything in the game while I'm doing so is difficult. But now we got one fight here before we enter into the final boss. This fight will almost guaranteed waste some time. Both of these targets have taunt, so it is almost guaranteed that we are going to get taunted in this fight. If we don't, it's great, and we don't lose time. But of course we did, because it's really high odds for that to happen. We can still perfect guard while we are under the effect of certain status effects. Fear is one such one where we can still perfect guard. And a thing with mental supplements that I didn't run over is that mental status effects can be knocked out of you. If you hit an enemy that is stunned, they can get knocked out of that stun. So we pay attention to that. But also, we got the final boss of this chapter. Ooh, nice crit to start, Ichi. Got Sawashiro here. Again, we still only have Tenacious Fist to really do damage. So we're just gonna use that as much as possible until basically we run out of MP. This is also why we got that hardball while we were on the path, because we will run out of MP in this fight. The extra damage from the hardball really comes in handy. It's 2.5 Tenacious Fists worth of damage. It is too useful to ignore. So Sawashiro just got a glass shard as a weapon because he really likes unconventional weapons. Oh, sir. Please attack me. I want him to get away from this wall. I think this will be fine. We're going to do one more Tenacious Fist. Then we're going to throw that hardball at him. Oh, baby. We got a stun. Nice. Still stunned, too. That is very rare. Sawashiro has really high stun resistance. So a lot of times you will not ever get a stun on him, and he'll break out of it as soon as you hit him once. But we got lucky. We're actually able to skip a turn or two from him. If we're extra lucky, we will not even see a move that is called Cold Fury, which he does normally. But it looks like we're actually going to skip it, because you can skip it with stun or proper damage. Oh my god, we actually skipped Cold Fury. Oh, and I'm on MP. We skipped Cold Fury. That's nice. All right. But on to Chapter 3. Brief story recap of that chapter. Ichi got out of jail, trying to figure out what the heck he's supposed to do in trying to reconnect with his Yakuza family patriarch, Arakawa Sr. And we just saw him, not really, because I skipped cutscene, but right after Sawashiro, though, we got to see him. And he greeted us with a gunshot to the chest. Not the friendliest of greetings after seeing him in 18 years. So yeah, we were shot in the chest and dumped and left for dead in not Kamurocho. We were dumped into Ijincho, and this is going to be the main map for this game. And we were dumped into basically the garbage, but conveniently this homeless camp here was actually able to get us resuscitated and back to working health. Nanba there, as we saw in the cutscenes, was a former nurse. So he was able to get the bullet out and stitch us up and save Ichi's life. But yeah, being dumped in a completely foreign location with none of your belongings, we are quite literally homeless. And the game treats it as such, where we are trying to get some money. We were just previously trying to get money by scrounging underneath the vending machines. And now, because Yakuza games have to have many strange mini games, we've got a can collecting mini game that is ostensibly Pac-Man. And we cannot skip it. So we have to progress through this. Partway through this next text box, we can begin pedaling. Let's progress on to the end. And then we got to do the minigame itself. All right. All right. I think we can do it. I think we can do the minigame. Let's do it. Okay, we did it. Ooh, tough every time. We have to do the tutorial. We don't have to do the minigame itself. It's strange. But what would a JRPG be without a magic system? This is Yakuza's magic. And I love it. This game has so many weird quirks, and they're fascinating and delightful. So Nanba, our homeless friend who resuscitated us back to life after we were dumped and left for dead, is our mage. And yeah, has this form of magic to start with by throwing beans at them and having pigeons do some damage for us. I love it. Zheng here also has stare down. We don't want to see it. Ideally, we get stunned. We did get 2 crits, which is rare. I don't think it will speed us down or speed us up. Don't get feared. Nice. Status effects and miss too, so it's nice to see that whiff. It's a little late on that stun, Ichi, but we can finish off with that opportunity. This is a little slow. That was a good fight. All right. And we are left with a laundered money note in our pocket. It's an only hint we have as to where to go. But also we got Nanba. Nanba's here as our first permanent party member. Adachi left us, but Nanba's here. And he'll be here for a while. We got to go to the item box, pick up some stuff that we got from the previous chapters, equip skills. We got a new skill for Ichi, and we want those pigeon raids on the quick select for Nanba. Now we gotta head on over to Hello Work to try and land some jobs so we can make some money and start making progress. And we do love to see that. So we have had about 670 yen or so. We need about 730 to use a taxi so that we can fast travel. But there's no really easy way to get money, so we just roll the dice and try to pick up some money by the vending machines. The vending machines can have quite a few things, but what we wanted to see was a 100 yen or a 500 yen pickup there. And we got lucky. We got the 500 yen right away, so we don't have to pick up any more vending machines. But we got to do some running here. Like I said, this game has fast travel systems and has a fast travel system in these taxis. But the taxis don't appear on the menu to fast travel unless you interact with them. So we are going to do some running to pick up some taxis that we'll use later on in the run. And we'll pick them up right now as we're as close as we possibly can be. And now would be another great time for donations, because we're just running up to the next one. Love the fast travel costing money, even if it's a small amount. Yeah, it is neat, and it also works incredibly well with this game's themes, especially early on, where we don't have anything. We have no money. We had to literally scrounge to get enough money to use these taxis. All right. But we were able to get a suggestion for a job from Hello Work. This bar seems to be under some trouble from a Korean-style mafia. And this jerk is trying to get some hustle in. This guy has one weakness. It's the same weakness, I don't know, every person has. It's pigeons. Are you kidding me? What would you do against that? What would you do against a horde of pigeons? But that fight gives us a nice 5,000 yen. So much more money than we previously had. As well as silver safe skeleton key. So now there are some silver safes strewn about town. We can open them up. We'll be doing just that. We're going to quick grab some more. Oh, that is an unfortunate fight spawn. That's going to get me into a fight. I'm just going to get... Like I said with fights, we want to enter them at a good angle so that we can hopefully run away right away. Unfortunately, I don't think I was going to be able to make it around that corner in time to avoid that fight, so we just had to take it and run away. But yeah, we got to get some more fast travel points and use that silver safe skeleton key right away. Because there's conveniently... Not right here. Gonna grab that taxi right back here. There are 3 silver safes right next to each other that have some pretty nice early game weapons for our first 3 party members. A trafficked wand for Adachi. Metal broom for Nanba. And a rough lumber for Ichi. Now Ichi needs to optimize, get that on. Nanba optimize. Taxi, which we can do from the menu because we got a smartphone. Where's that fight spawn going? There's a fight spawn on the left. There's a fast way to go, which is this route, but that fight spawn can be in our way. I should have walked the other direction. It's fine. No! Dang it. That failed too. Okay, Nanba, please escape. Thank you. That is unfortunate. I was literally entering the cutscene. It's right there. But that happens. Also, hi, Dan. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the good luck. All right. We are approaching the end of this chapter, though. We have one more fight. And we prepped for this fight. I didn't bring it up at the time, but we grabbed a hand grenade that we picked up back in chapter 2 towards the end, right before fighting Sawashiro. That hand grenade is going to come in handy real good because we don't have multi-target damage yet. So let's go bowling. And down the lane. Oh, one left. A spare is what we like to see. Spare is one of the more common. And it's the best because that means Nanba can just run up there and finish the fight. A strike is obviously optimal, as well as the opposite of optimal is if you can, it will, I can't speak. That projectile, as it's traveling in the air, explodes on the first thing it hits. The first thing it hits could be Nanba's back. Nanba can block our grenade from hitting the enemy. And that obviously is very bad when that happens. But also we're on to a new chapter. And Adachi was able to track us down. We got to equip that weapon we got on him right away. But now, Ichi's going to spot something over to the side here. He's going to notice A bat sticking out of the cement. That's strange. But he pulled it out like Excalibur, and now Ichi's changed jobs. Because yes, this game even has a job system. And it's great. We can't change our jobs yet, but Ichi has changed jobs, and now he has a new ability called Mega Swing. For some good AoE damage. Oh, there was a line up there that I could have used the Adachi ability to hit 2, but I wasn't paying close enough attention. That's okay. Pigeon right onto the higher HP enemy to take him out. And a take team. Finish off that guy. And now the game actually does an explanation of why some enemies start looking different throughout the run. Ichi's imagination starts running wild. Oop, I need to shortcut my skills. Forgot to do that. Skills, we want Mega Swing, Bat Buster, Nanbo wants Gnarly Breath, Pyro Belch, Adachi wants Reckless Charge and Beatdown. Alright, and on to the next fight. So yeah, Ichi's imagination runs wild. That's why enemies can change their appearance at the beginning of battles. Why sometimes our allies can be seen to change appearance as well. I'm gonna take down these 2 back enemies before they get a turn to do anything. It is also why this game has a battle system the way it has. Game has this turn-based JRPG battle system because Ichi is a huge fan of Dragon Quest, and this is how he imagines the fights happening. So that's the explanation for how this game plays like a JRPG, and it's fantastic. Back to Hell Work. We still need to make some money. Adachi was a former detective and a police officer, but he got dishonorably discharged due to some circumstances, and he can't exactly help us on the money front either, so we still need some money. This was not the proper turn order. All right. Nanba has that ability we saw in the last fight, Pyro Belch. It has one quirk to it, in that the enemy, if they are in the process of standing up, they will be knocked back by it. And if they're knocked back by it, that means they won't get hit by the full extent of the damage. And that's not great. Also, I forgot to pay attention. There's an item drop that we can get, or that we need. And that fight can drop one. We need odd stones. But now this game is also introducing us to, i.e. the Pokemon style system. The Sujimon. The Suji Dex. There is a nice dex of all the enemy types that we see in this game. And this is introducing some elemental type differences. Ooh, nice high damage. That usually doesn't kill. But we bring the blue guy to the front because he has the most damage, or he has the most HP. And so we can multi-hit the targets by targeting behind them. Okay, but yeah, we need an odd stone for later in the run, and I needed to pay attention to see if we got one from one of those fights. It is a high drop rate chance from 3 fights before we need one. But it's nice to pay attention to see if we actually got it on time. That's Bleach Japan that you saw there briefly. They are one of the opponents to us throughout this run and throughout this game. They're not going to be too much of a problem yet, but they will be a problem later. Gotta make it over this taxi. Oh, also one thing I forgot to, or I haven't mentioned yet. You can get hit by cars in this game. You can absolutely get hit by cars in this game. They will do 100 damage, which is a lot right now. And they will also make Ichi stunned on the floor for about 10 seconds. We don't want to get hit by cars. All right. Got another fight ahead of us here. How unfortunate that Ichi went first. Okay, that guy got stunned, so that's great. I'm going to target this Pyro Belch over here so that this guy gets taken down. And he doesn't get a turn off. Adachi wouldn't be able to kill this guy. And I'm going to finish Pigeon. Could have potentially finished with a physical attack, but Nanba's physical attacks are slow. So yeah, we're gonna, these chapter 4 fights are a lot of managing where enemies are located and trying to do multi-target damage where we can and where it's allowed. Because as you've seen, some of the attacks we're using, or the main attacks we're using for any multiple target damage, are dependent on where the enemies are located in respect to one another. Very much like Chrono Trigger. And I think it's really neat, and it's awesome to have their movements be a part of your decision making, even if their movements are sometimes very strange and sometimes inopportune for the run. But like I was brought up before, that we needed odd stones. We need 3 in total by chapter 5, and we need 8 in total by chapter 7. There are 2 drops out in the world that are always there. That we picked up one right there while we're on our way to grabbing more taxis. And this would be another spot for a donation, or just running to the taxi and avoiding encounters. Back to Rose Blossom Cabaret. And now we're going to be introduced to what is going to be one of the incentives, and what is our summon system in this game. They're called pound mates. They are work for hire people, and they're great. As you can see, they're great. Literally ended that fight. It's another great source of AoE damage, especially early on in the run. So we'll be using the pound mates, and we'll be using them throughout the entire run. Actually, they're great for the beginning, and they're great throughout the entire run. So they'll get plenty of use. They also have their own great, unique cutscenes, showcasing their attack, and they're fantastic. And that will be an incentive for the run. This guy goes down in the tag team. We got an odd stone now, so we don't have to worry about our odd stones. Oop. I picked the wrong option. That's okay. Doesn't matter. Just lost some time. It's fine. Back up to Pocket Cafe. We started a sub-story there that we had to fight that enemy. This sub-story gets us another pound mate that we'll use later on, but also nets us a nice early 20,000 yen, which is very nice because Gary Buster Holmes, the first pound mate that we got, costs 10,000 yen to use. And like I said, we are homeless and we don't have any money. So we need early access to money as much as we can. Money is very tightly routed up until chapter 6. But now we got some jobs. There's some Yakuza that are have infiltrated a retirement home, and we're trying to get close to them. And conveniently, this cutscene puts us right outside of where the sub-story needs to continue. Don't worry about what these gentlemen are up to. It's fine. This is Gondawara, and one of the pound mates. Nice that these guys are grouped. Waited a little bit to let Gondawara get up, and it's lined up so that guy on the right will also take the hit. This is great, and a beatdown should finish fight. Great. Great fight. And I think there was another option in there, so it's great. Ichi needs some get-rich-quick schemes. If only. If only we had some of those. We do later on in the run. But not right now. We got our summon there, as well as our 20,000 yen that we'll be using for some early game summon usages. But now we are off to Survive Bar. This is our base of operations for our group for the run. And this is also where we are introduced to the drink lick system, which is basically your persona style bond levels. And these bond conversations have dialogue options that give certain personality traits, and we actually have to pick specific ones this time. We need 2 personality traits, charisma and style, that need to be at level 3 by the end of chapter 5. So we specifically picked the square option there for Adachi, so that it gets us some charisma, and we will be utilizing that later as well. And we are off to Sunlight Castle. To infiltrate further into seeing what these dang Seiryu clan Yakuza are up to in this retirement facility. And they're not a fan of us being here, so we got to take them down. It's great that Nanba goes first. We want Nanba going first for the rest of the chapter because we can do lineups like this. Nanba can take out multiple enemies at a time with that Pyro Belch. It's great. That was a perfect fight. Now we're on Totsuka. Always great when Nanba goes first. So I can hit both of these gentlemen. Ichi will do AoE because they're lined up. Or they're close together. There was no lineup there. Ooh. So you'll notice that the crits are nice and yellow. But that crit specifically had a red outline to it. That means that critted. It's not something too common that we see. But your crits can crit on top of it for extra damage. And that's actually what happened there. And it was great because that actually finished off that enemy when I don't think Adachi should have been able to finish him off. Really convenient there. All right. We saved a little bit of MP there for Ichi for this next fight. But now we're going to infiltrate the Seiryu Clan's HQ. For that, we got a small damage increase. Item onto Ichi. And as with walking headfirst into a Yakuza Clan's HQ, they're also not happy about us being there. So we're going to pigeon raid this main gentleman. Summon Gary Buster Holmes to hopefully stun everyone. That is not a good stun spread. Luckily, we took down the one that wasn't stunned with the Dachi quick there. I'm going to take Pigeon over onto this guy because he's separate from the other two. Because otherwise, I would have liked to just have Ichi Mega Swing both these gentlemen down. Like that. Finish that fight quick. Also, howdy Will, howdy Chemist. Thanks for stopping by. And thank you for the good luck. Now we got our other odd stone drop here. And we need to grab before we progress. And now we have some Seiryu Clan lieutenants that we gotta fight. Ida is first at bat here. And he's a big jerk. He can summon backup. He can heal allies. He can do some bad stuff for us. But actually, we want him to summon one backup here. One backup and only one backup. Ah, I was hoping that... Ooh, did that knock that enemy in the way of Adachi? Nice. Your allies can kick furniture and stuff at enemies. And that kick actually made that enemy get in the path of Adachi's charge. That's great. This new enemy that was summoned. Gotta take him out with Nanba. We want to take down Ida. We only want one backup. Because level ups and job level ups. Gosh dang it. He'll still go down to a beatdown. Level ups and job level ups give you full HP and MP heals. Really? He didn't go down. That is unfortunate. Oh, that's even worse. Oh, man. Adachi, you're going fast. Good. Adachi, finish off Ida. But yeah, so we do get some we do plan our XP and job XP a little bit in this route, or in this game, to time some HP and MP heals for right after fights when we're starting to run low. Ideally, Ishii would have more MP here, but I had to finish that fight faster, so... good. Nanba went first. Oh, also each... Ooh! Ooh, nice! I didn't even know that until now. So Ichi can grab furniture and stuff for slight modifications onto his attacks. I didn't know that some of the furniture made the attacks AoE. That's neat. It's unfortunately it doesn't come up often enough for us to see things like that. But now we have Kasayama, another Seiryu clan member, or Seiryu clan lieutenant. He has a lot of HP, so we drop his defense with a gnarly belch, or gnarly breath, for Nanda there to start. And that is an unfortunate turn order. So we ideally, because we don't want to wait for Kasayama to get up, we ideally want the turn order to be a Nanba, Ichi, Adachi. So Adachi also wouldn't have to use this ability. He could just go in for regular attacks and be faster that way. Now he charges up into his second phase. If we are lucky on getting a burn and doing some crits, we could finish this fight early. We got the burn. We need a crit from Ichi or Adachi, and we could finish this fight one turn early before he gets an attack off. Not quite. It's super close. But now he gets to do this at us, and it hurts. Finish this fight. You just have to get lucky in order to be able to skip that. Luckily, our HP and MP is low, but we get thrown to the other side of the set piece, or to the other side of the HQ. Right next to a heal. So we can heal up right before the next fight. Again, it is great that Nanba is going first, because these almost always hit 2 or 3 members. Not great that 3 were alive, but that's fine. We can Mega Swing instead. Normally I would have tag teamed, but that works. All right, and off to the 3rd lieutenant of the Seiryu clan, Kikugawa. This gentleman is very weak to fire, so obviously Nanba is going to be key. We also really don't like these ads that he has, so we want to take them out before they have too many turns. They're too fast, so we do have to spend some time taking them out. Gonna bop him so he doesn't get on the ground. Pyro Belch does the most damage, so we don't want to have to wait for Nanba to take those out, because the enemy would be on the floor or anything like that. And Kikugawa should be done. Okay. So now we've just got to open up the door where this key led to, look at a map, go through a secret entrance, and get to the final fight of this chapter. Now would be another great time for donations, because we're just going to grab a hand grenade here that we'll use later, like we used the hand grenade in chapter 3, and just running off to the final fight. Also, just a random side note, this game's music is fantastic. Grab a quick heal before we go in. And also one minor note that I need to talk about is that you'll see those hearts popping up with our allies on the right there. They get bond points before they can get a full bond link conversation. So we need to reach some thresholds. Gonna start off this fight against all 3 lieutenants. Also, it stinks. Oh, that woke up. Oh my god, that is the worst. So, we start with the Gary Buster Holmes. No! Targeting system, I was expecting to target Kasayama. We need to take down Ida. This probably won't kill. This is a really bad fight. Ideally... Yeah, this is a bad fight. Targeting system messed me up there. I was expecting it to target Kasayama, not Ida. Okay, we're gonna Mega Swing all three here. This is really not great. Kikugawa is gonna get up. We need to Pyro Belch him. But yeah, we are against all three lieutenants here. Okay, that should hit both. Hopefully that kills. The fire's probably not going to be able to kill Kikugawa. Gonna start Pyro Belch anyway. I'm gonna just rely on that. I'm just gonna rely on the fire to kill Kikugawa. Please kill. Dang it. Direct this charge. I think Kikugawa was gonna stop us there. Also, Kasayama can taunt. He picked the target we do want him to taunt, actually. We wanted him to taunt Adachi, because Adachi, we just want to attack for opportune strikes. Kikugawa now goes down to the fire, so Adachi can go in for opportune. Okay. All things considered, this was a really weird fight, but didn't go that bad. We're out of MP on Ichi now, so we get the Bat Buster, but luckily you didn't guard it. We tend to want to use abilities on Kasayama because he guards attacks from the front. But he can't guard most abilities, so it is great to not have to have those abilities blocked. But that was the last fight of this chapter. We just got to do one last trip to a taxi that we're close by, and then close it out. So this will be another great time for some donations. As well as a good time to catch my breath and drink some water. There's a lot to talk about in this run. One last taxi. Off to the Rose Blossom Cabaret. This guy wants to give us the flyer. We don't care. And chapter's done. All right. On to chapter 5. We got a little bit more early game fighting / RNG luck in this chapter, but then we get to the next phase of this run, which is the routing heavy section of the run. Which, yeah, we are going to do a lot of setup in this chapter for the rest of the game, or that will set us up with a good position for the rest of the game. We finally got a fourth party member. Our party member, or our team party size can be up to 4. So finally we have a full party. And Sayako is fantastic. Got some fights that we got away. Some thugs messing with some guy's business. Gotta take care of them. Ooh, this might be a good one. Ooh, perfect. Sayako, can you finish this off? Beautiful, Sayako. We don't actually want to use Sayako too much in these first few fights. Sayako starts with her job level at rank 1, which is obviously the lowest possible, so her damage output is not great. So these first few fights that she's in, she unfortunately will mostly guard. So part-time hero's a jerk and just slaps people in the face. is also an enemy that can guard attacks from the front, so we got to use abilities when we can. Okay, and this Pyro Belch and tag team should finish the job. And fighting part-time hero unlocks a bunch of side content that we can do, as well as the completion style content of this game, where you do certain amount of certain tasks and stuff like that, and you'll gain some bonuses. Some of those bonuses are personality trait boosts, so we will actually be utilizing some of them. As you can see, some of them gave us style right away, and style is one of those 2 personality traits that we need some. So we'll be actually doing, this is where a lot of the routing comes into play. We need to reach that rank 3 charisma and style as fast as we can in this chapter. And some of that routing is going to be, or is in these small tasks that we complete while we're just running along the main quest. So it's a lot of interesting routing. One big fight here. We're asking some information on the Chinese mafia. Obviously, they weren't a fan of us asking so many questions. So we're going to do some quick damage here. Weaken some enemies with Psycho to hopefully summon a Gary Buster Holmes and take down some of those weakened enemies. I think those 2 line up, so Reckless Charge should hit them both. Beautiful. Psycho can finish off the other. Pigeon should finish off Guo. Clobber Beg to finish off this gentleman. And taking the takedown. We've taken them down. Need to have Psycho do some quick reconnaissance. So she will leave our party for just 1 second. Back to Hello Work. And where the game... This is where... The Chapter 5 is where the game really opens up. Dramatically opens up. And one of the new additions, as the many that I'll run through as we go through this chapter, is the blacksmith. Also, as you saw there was a little side conversation. Those side conversations can boost your bond points with party members to get them up to where they can have their next bond conversation. So we took that conversation to get Nanba up to his next, so that we can do Nanba's bondling conversation later. All right, we did that. Now we've got to go get Psycho back. But unfortunately, someone is in the way of getting us getting Psycho back. It's Zheng! Again! He's still a jerk. Now he has a worse version of Stare Down if he wants to use it. I should have discarded. It's fine. I want to take out as many of these ads as possible. Nice kick, Ichi. Beautiful, actually. That defensive stance from Zheng is mostly useless because it won't defend himself that much against these kinds of attacks. And because we don't want him to do some nonsense, I'm actually going to beat him down to taunt him. He's probably going to get knocked out of this taunt. But it's nice to have it when we do, because we didn't want to see that. Liu Meng's Glare. Shoot, I didn't mean to beat down. I didn't want to taunt him right now. That is my bad. Liu Meng's Glare is a full party fear. And it is not great when that happens. And then another stare down. He's already feared, Shang. He's already feared. Oh, nice kick down. That actually got the opportunity to finish. Nice. Dang it, Zheng. Never like seeing that ability. We don't want people to be feared. It wastes time. All right. Well, with that, now begins the routing. So now we're going to start be doing a lot of seemingly pretty random things in order to get ourselves set up for the rest of the run. This is where the game completely opens up. And part of that opening up is that we can get new pound mates. We can get a bunch of other side content that we can do. But also what it gets us is a full suite of jobs. We can finally change our party members' jobs. And the job system is fantastic and fun, and they're actual jobs. It's great, and we'll use it right away to change one person's job, and as well as another incentive that I can have, which is to select the costume choice. We're going to change Psycho to the hostess. She's going to be Song-hee today. And now we begin the long Cat and Kappa quest. Start off here, grabbing this silver safe. Cotton pouch, that is an upgradable weapon for Psycho. Talk to part-time hero. To start the cutscene, showing off part-time hero has a lot of great cats. Many good kittens. But we open up the door and, oops, the cats escaped. So we gotta find them. And the reward for finding cats, the first 9 cats, is a cool 1 million yen. Money is incredibly tight in this game early on, and then there's the option to immediately get a 1 million yen reward. And then that unlocks a second cat quest, which gets us another 1 million yen reward, as well as an incredible pound mate that we'll use for the entire run. As well as there's these Kappa statues that are hidden throughout the world that also are part of another part-time hero quest, and that will net us a cool 2 million yen when we finally complete those. So that is going to be our main boost of money throughout this run. And also, while we're doing another cat here, I should probably give a big shout out to Metza. Metza is another speedrunner and was one of the, is the majority of the run and this route was all Metza's doing. They did a massive amount of the routing on this run. I only came in about 6 months ago and did some optimizations and changes that dropped the run by about 10 minutes. But all of this initial groundwork, or a massive amount of this initial groundwork, was done by Metza, so I need to give credit where credit is due. But now to progress the story and get some more cats, gotta run to the station. We're gonna grab a taxi first to set up for fast travel later. And this story cutscene will put us from this side of the Jinai station to the other side of the Jinai station, which conveniently puts us next to some other stuff that we gotta do. Namely, we don't have that 1 million yen yet, so we still need a little bit of money. Conveniently, after our shot in Chapter 2, all of our money got put in an ATM account. No idea who could have done that, but it's really convenient for us. So we take that little bit of money out of the ATM because we desperately need it. Go over here. There is a Kappa statue. You can tell if you got it if there's a cutscene that you can skip. Also, if you listen closely, you can hear a kitten maybe. Maybe. Wow, this kitten's usually very loud. Decided not to speak up today. That's okay, kitten. We all have quiet days. One more quick cat before we progress forward with the story a little bit. And we've timed out some of these. Oh, there's that kitten. Wow. Timed out some of these where the enemies are less likely to spawn and we don't have to deal with them. All right, skills. Psycho puts on Sparkling Cannon. Gear puts on that new cotton pouch that we got her. And up to Rose Blossom Cabaret to progress the story. So now we saw Bleach Japan giving us trouble outside of this cabaret, or outside of this place earlier, and they're back. And this time they mean business. So we actually have to take care of them. We only care about 2 of them in this first phase. Those 2 with the bats, because Gary will take down the other 2. Only one of them is stunned, so we got to take down the one who isn't. I should have probably just pigeoned so that but please don't get confused by pathing. Ooh, beatdown should kill. Okay, good. But now Kume is here. He's a prominent figure in Bleach Japan, and he's a jerk, and everyone dislikes him. But for the sake of the speedrun, he has one very useful trait. He's weak to literally everything. He's weak to literally everything. Oh, we moved out of the way. I should have just attacked. That's fine. Eat it, Kume. And now that Bleach Japan has been dealt with, we get to be introduced to a lovely new figure. This is Eri. Eri is one major contributor to this run. But first, she has a business that's not doing so hot, so we need to help her out a little bit. And this introduces us to the business minigame. And business minigames have been a part of some other Yakuza titles. And this game also has one. It's also tied to Eri. Eri, who is an optional party member, actually. And as much as she's optional to ever get her in the run, or get her in this game, she's too useful in the speedrun. She is one of our most prominent damage dealers in this run. Downside, though, is that we do have to play the business game long enough. Oops. We do have to play the business minigame long enough in order to unlock her. So first, we got to sort all of our team members on roles that they're best suited for. Fire some employees that weren't doing so great. 2, 3, 1, 2. And upgrade our facilities so that they can be more profitable and head on into the business. And that's all the upgrades we need for this entire business section. We won't be doing any other business. You can purchase other businesses, upgrade them, get other different employees and stuff like that. We'll get some more employees. But in terms of businesses, that's all we need. That is all we need, is those upgrades. And that is enough to push us far enough into the business minigame to unlock Eri, and as fast as a way as we know how. But the game kicks us out of the business minigame. This is the point where we could go and finish the chapter right now. We could progress the story, end this chapter, and move on. But we wouldn't be able to do it fast. So we need to do a lot more things first. And one of those things first is we still got cats to get. We still got to do the rest of the business minigame because we're not quite at unlocking Eri yet. So it's unfortunate that that fight spawn is later. Because at this point, up until we reach the end of the chapter fights, up until we reach the end of the chapter fight, we actually want to get into one fight. The pound mates that we use so frequently in this run have the cooldowns associated to them. You have to have a certain amount of fights first. All right. We gotta get some more employees first. Nishio, Master Sasaoka. Auto kill them. Boardroom. Put them on the board. And off to the shareholder meeting. Shareholder meetings are really neat, and we got some speedy tech for them. Break the shield, weakness omelet. Wait until we're about 25. Break the shield, weakness omelet. And we wait. Wait for our special ability. Our special shareholder ability is we apologize. We go in, break shield omelet, Nishio. And a successful shareholder meeting has been completed. But now we can just keep doing the business for basically as long as we want. You could go to all the way to rank 1 right now if you really wanted to. But we're not doing that much. We are not doing that much. But we will be doing the business minigame until we reach rank 100. Because at rank 100, that is when Eri is officially locked as an optional party member for us. And again, optional for the run is in big quotes. I believe the last known run that was routed with without Eri was like 30-40 minutes slower. It is significant that it is a significant time reduction in getting Eri. So even if we do got to sit through about 10-ish minutes, about 6 more minutes of the business minigame, it is incredibly worth it. And we will be getting pop-ups in between these rounds of business minigames. We do not want to accept any of the pop-ups. We don't care about anyone else's business. We're not helping out any other companies here. We get to be a little selfish. But the only thing we care about is if any of our employees ask for a raise. If they ask for a raise, you give them that raise. You gotta respect your employees. Come on. But also, we just keep basically holding R2 through these sections, so... Oop. What did I just say about ignoring the things from other companies? But this would be a brief spot for a donation. And then we have to do one more bout of 4 of these. And I'm basically done explaining the majority of the business minigames, so... That would be a fantastic time for a large group of donations. But before then, we got another shareholder meeting that we got to do. Before going in, we take care of our employees to get their mood up. That actually recharges that bar at the bottom there faster. Break shield weakness omelet. Wait until 25. Break shield weakness omelet. Wait until we can apologize properly. Break shield omelet Nishio. And we're done. It was the exact same strats as the first one. We have one more bout of running the business. One more bout of running the business, and then one final shareholder meeting that does have a different strategy to it. But until then, it's just going to be more of the same, so this would be another great time for donations. Like a good 2-3 minutes of donations. Hope chat's doing all right this week. Well, I'm glad all y'all are hanging out. I know I'm in the process of doing my best marathon style commentary, but I appreciate all y'all hanging out. And why didn't it show up? It's supposed to be on a timer. Gosh dang it, I'm gonna have to type that command in. But y'all are free to, especially in situations like this where I'm just like, yeah, this would be a good time for donations. Y'all can feel free to ask any questions that you have on the run or me getting into it. Thank you, MBH, for using the command. It's supposed to be on a timer. Moobot's being lazy today, I guess. But yeah, I appreciate y'all being here. Don't want that. We don't want Sakaido. One more round of business. And then one shareholder meeting. And then we'll be done with the business meeting. Make sure before we go into the final shareholder meeting that we boost up our employees as much as they can because we need it. We have different strats for here. Gotta go against Jessie. We use Tomei ×2 to take her down. Wait until we're about 25. Weakness, Nishio Tomei. This guy, we basically have to wait until he's just about to be on the offensive. Use our ability. Wait until we're about 25. Nishio Tomei to finish it off. And there we go. Business minigame complete. Rank 100 get. We also get a nice chunk of money here, and we'll be using that actually really soon. So now that the business minigame is over, we need to get back to our big Cat Kappa quest. We get an ability there, Stack Slap. Ideally in the speedrun, we will see that ability exactly once. But now, back to the Cat Kappa quest. Head on over to the Can quest here. It's right up in this corner. We got another Kappa statue. Oh, you heard the Kitten. Kitten wants some scritches. Oh, he needs the attention. Kitten, come here. Attention get. Down the stairs here. Start off the sub-story that would get us a pawn shop. We aren't going to do the rest of it yet, though. First off, we got to get more cats. So we're going to run to the park here, get this cat, and then run to that van over on the left there. This is a relatively new addition to the run in my Chapter 5 reroute that I was able to do. And now we need to get some flowers, actually. We need to get 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. So we got a bunch of bouquets of flowers, a couple bonsai trees, and some mysterious seeds. This game also has a gardening system that you can do where you can plant ingredients that you can use for crafting and such, and then come back to them later to harvest them. Where was that fight spawn? Where was that fight spawn? I have no idea where that fight spawn was. It's another spot for one quick donation while I'm between fast travel points. Again, we do want to eventually get into a fight spawn to refresh Gary Buster Homes, but we don't want fight spawns in this area. this area has higher level fight spawns, and if we don't successfully run away quickly, that could be bad. Ideally, we would still have the smoke bomb from all the way back in chapter 2. Would still be hanging on to that, and we could use that to try to escape. But unfortunately, we had to use it right away in chapter 2, so oh well. Got another cat there. Over to here for another Kappa statue. Off to Seagull Cinema, where we're gonna do another shopping trip. Get some lovely healing capabilities. Sure, some of the few healing capabilities we'll have. Some paralysis poultices, mental supplements, first aid kits, plant stamina and spark, and 30 Simodyne Super X. That plant Simodyne Super X is using the gardening. We don't really, I said it takes time to garden. We don't have that time to wait. Luckily, the fertilizer, the most expensive fertilizer, makes those plants get done in about 15 seconds. Now we gotta get Aerie unlocked officially. Choose X as her bond conversation to get some more charisma. We officially unlock Aerie, and that's the last cutscene we will see her in. It's really unfortunate. Aerie just is really counted as an optional character. She's not in basically any cutscenes from now until the rest of the game, or until the end of the game. It is unfortunate. We unlocked Aerie. We got some more bonds that we got to do. We got to talk to Nanba. This time, Nanba's conversations are circle and circle. And now we have the only glitch in this run. There's only one that we really know about, and we actually use it. It wasn't in the run for a while, but now it is. Talk to Sayako, give her a bouquet of lilies, and we cutscene skip multiple times to trick the game into thinking that we gave her multiple bouquets. That's it. That's the only glitch. Circle also for Sayako. And that gets us all the charisma we need. We used to get our charisma by going and doing the vocational school, which is actual tests you can take. You can take actual tests in this game with various trivia and previous Yakuza knowledge and stuff like that. But we've routed that out of the run. Got to do some gardening, plant those mysterious seeds, use the fertilizer on them, and run to the final cat. We used to have to do those vocational schools so we get more personality traits to enter some underground gambling dens, so that we could purchase some upgradable equipment, but we found ways around that. Now we put Aerie in and put Nanba back in because we want a specific party layout. So Nanba is still in, but he's in specifically the third party slot. That will come into play later. But now we got all 9 of the first cats. Get the cutscene, get our 1 million yen, and now Part-Time Hero tells us that there's a 10th cat, the most rambunctious of them all, named Robson. And we are gonna go grab him. And while we're on the way to grabbing him, we need to go shopping. We have a lot of things that we got to purchase. A lot of crafting materials. They're expensive. That entire 1 million yen that we just got, we're going to use all of it. So I need to focus here. We need 10 sturdy lumber, 24 quality, 18 high quality, 5 ragged cloths, 18 thick cloths, 23 beautiful cloths, metal wire 15, dirty iron 43, sturdy iron 51, refined iron 45, Cloudy Pane 22. Clear Plain Pane 36. 34 Immaculate. 27 Tempered. Sturdy Plastic needs 15. Dull Aluminum 23. Gleaming Aluminum 9. Thick Hide 13. 20. 8. And 2. Right truck, hold on, before we shop. Kappa statue. Then we shop for ingredients. 38 daikon. 11 tomato. 61 hot peppers. I like it spicy. 50 potatoes. 53 onion. 72 garlic. Sounds like many of the meals many people I know eat. Way too much garlic. 7 mushrooms and 13 carrots. That is all the purchasing we got to do. Run quick over to here. Grab Robson. And off to part-time hero. So we got Robson. We got to return him to his owner. Get our 1,000,000 yen, as well as get our most powerful pound, or one of the most powerful pound mates in the game, and it is Robson. Robson is one of our most powerful pound mates. That kitten does work. One more bit of routing to do here. Bar district. We gotta make some bento boxes. We grab the mysterious fruit that we got from the mysterious seeds that we planted. Make some bento boxes. 1 mishmash, 2 packed, 10 shelled noodles. We use these to complete some part-time hero quests, as well as these ones that we're getting 10 of are our healing items. They're full party healing items. They're basically some of the few healing items that we ever get in this run. We get the rest of those boxes to turn in later. We go to West Hamakita Park. And we run down this way now. Over to these vending machines. Stop by the red vending machine. Purchase muscle sodas for attack buffs, Kiwami drinks for experience boosts, a mineral water that we'll use in chapter 7, and the upgradable weapon for the class that Ichi will be changing to, the table sparkling. Speaking of upgradable weapons, it's time to finally go to the blacksmith. All those materials that we went and purchased, this is where we get to see if we did it right. So we need to craft some stuff, upgrade the facilities first. Craft some weapons. We want the steel broom for Nanba. Lightning bandages for a future party member. Metal ruler for Eri. Baltic yellow wine. Oh, nice. I have 2 spare extras. I have 2 spare hot stones. Lightning belt and just strengthen. And upgrade the cotton pot. Ouch. And back to hello work. And this is where we needed the personality stats. We need the personality traits. Because Ichi has some jobs that he can do, but they're locked behind level and personality trait. So we needed the charisma so that we could get foreman, which lets us demolish some barriers. But the actual thing that we're using Ichi for, he can be Daigo, is the host class. Host is going to be Ichi's class for the rest of the run. Now we gotta do a little bit more things, and then we'll finally continue on with this story. First, we gotta get on over here for the part-time hero lady to turn in all the quests and all the random materials we got a while back to get some more upgradable weapons and goodies. Kappa statue chilling out right there. And this is why we got the foreman. So we can break down that barrier and open up the secret shop. So we can get 7 gold safe keys, 10 smoke bombs, 2 gambler's ties, and fancy business card, which we put on Ichi right away. Gear, Adachi, optimize, Airy, optimize, Namba, optimize, Psycho, put on magic lighter and toy bracelet, and fast travel to... Oops, that's the wrong fast travel. That's okay. Now money's no longer tight, so that's fine. Just a little bit of wasted time. But now we can finally progress on with the story. Actually, I need to take this fight. I haven't taken a fight yet. I need Gary Buster Holmes to be off cooldown, so we need to take one fight. And we took our fight. And now we progress on with the run. Finally. And Swift Entropy, thank you for the follow, and thank you for the good luck. Eri needs to reach a certain level threshold by the end of the next chapter. So we need to boost her up. Heck, why did that go through? That alert wasn't supposed to go off. It's fine. We Gary Buster Holmes to stun here. We have to wait to get a proper order for the next phase. We roll and kick to take him out. And we're on to the next phase with Yan. We start this off with... Ooh, Psycho, why were you outspeeding Ichi there? That is strange. Hopefully this doesn't mess this up. Robson, get him! Oh, the boosted Robson does good damage. Boosted Robson does good damage. And that's why we love Robson. That is an early game summon that did 800 damage. That is incredibly powerful. But we've infiltrated too far, and we got ourselves tied up for it. Now we're in the bottom of big old dungeon that we're going to have to fight our way out of. But first, Ichi's got another solo fight. That hand grenade we picked up in chapter 6. Use it! Hope it hits all 3. Good, it hit all 3. Good. Which means this fight finishes with a single move on Yan. Hit him with the dollar bills! Bam! Good fight. All right. Aries got some abilities. We got a shortcut, rolling kick, and thumbtack scatter. And we progress on through this incredibly long dungeon. Grab a couple of heals. Because we have all those multi-target heals, we kind of want to use them when multiple people need healing, not solo. So we pick up a couple single-target heals for needed. And this is one of the reasons why we love Eri. This has great damage. Oh, it whiffed a target. This one, Phil. Yeah, I think tag team should go. Usually that doesn't whiff. Yeah. But now we get into a very, very long section of running through this sewer dungeon. We got a lot of fights that we need to run away from, and we're gonna do our best to run away appropriately. Again, running away is dependent entirely on your character's ability. Oh my god, this is bad. Is entirely dependent on your character's ability to run in the opposite direction. And some of these fights put us in some pretty sticky spots in order to try and run away manually, but that's why we got those smoke bombs. We got those smoke bombs, but we do want to keep 5 of them we want to keep 5 of them coming out of this chapter. So we're going to try and use them sparingly. We're going to try and manually run as best we can. And we need to pay attention to where some of our allies are running into. Ichi can run in this direction, probably. Oh, come on. Okay, fine. This fight is always a pain to try and run from. So we got 3 more smoke bombs that we can spare here. Got 1 more fight that we're going to have to run away from. And then... So after this fight, we'll be taking the next 2 fights. At this point, I would warn the tech crew that they should turn the game audio down a little bit, because there's some audio effect stacking that can get real crunchy. For my stream viewers, it should be fine. The audio bouncing shouldn't get too bad. It's still gonna get crunchy, but it shouldn't be too bad. So beware. Loud noises about now. Oh, that's bad target for Thumbtack. Okay, didn't take down all of them. Didn't get the big crunch. And luckily 1 we can deal with really quickly. So, 1 more fight that we're going to take here. And we also need to pay attention to the odd stones. We want 5 odd stones coming out of this chapter. Or out of this sewer area. These enemies can drop some. We have 2 already. So we only need 3 more. Here comes the crunch. And we got 6 odd stones. Jeez. Oh, we have already more than enough odd stones in order to progress the run. It's not impossible to do this run without getting those odd stones. It's just you have notably less damage. Oh, that is unfortunate that run failed. Also, I love Ichiban's running away animation. It's amazing every time. All right, this next fight is technically skippable. It's really hard to skip. Like, you need to get in real deep here. Ah! It's so hard to skip that one. I can never really get it consistently. All right, and now would be another great time for donations, because we are just going to be running through this entire next floor. Skipping 1 fight by hugging a wall, and then just running away from the rest. Yeah, we're doing a speed run of this game, so if it seems I'm doing well, it's because we've planned out all of this in advance. A lot of effort to try and determine what the fastest route through this game would be. And because of all those dang upgrades that we did with the blacksmith and crafting weapons and stuff like that, we're pretty overpowered for the next few chapters. But again, we are taking all of these fights at an angle that will hopefully let our allies escape really quickly. Another reason we love Eri is because each ally needs to run a certain distance behind them in order to actually successfully run away. Ichi's is probably the longest. He needs to run a very far distance before he will actually be counted as running away. Eri needs to run like 3 feet backwards. It's obscene how short of a distance she has to run backwards before she runs away. So another reason we love Eri, outside of the fact of how much ridiculous damage she's able to put out. She's able to put out good damage already. You'll see how much damage she can put out later. Okay. This floor, we run away from this fight. Unfortunate. Good job, Namba. Also, really weird turn order. It's fine. Got to get this safe here. Need a little more magic damage on Psycho. So we equip that felt hat onto her. And it's right along our path. We will be taking one more fight here. The next fight we'll be taking, and that will be another audio one. If it hits all enemies and it crits, it's really loud. So, forewarning. Is this fight right here. Usually one survives. That's fine. They go down. Oh my god, we got another 4 odd stones. I have... Oh man, I have 7 more odd stones than I need. That is incredibly good odd stone luck. But now this will be another good time for donations. We're literally just going to be running away from fights until we get to the actual boss of this area. Trying to think if there's anything else I need to discuss in basic game function. I think I've covered just about everything so far in the earlier chapters. Oh, that is unfortunate. Ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to smoke bomb this. Normally, Eri can run away from that fight, but that was another... There was a large open space she was running into, but the game just decided, nah, that run's not gonna work. So I got 2 more smoke bombs. 2 more smoke bombs to spare. We're gonna escape or skip this fight by hugging the right wall. This fight usually is a pain in the butt to run from. This is another invisible wall situation. Oh, nice. Treated us well this time. This next fight is also an annoying invisible wall blocking our run situation. This will probably fail. Yep. Come on, Ichi. Ichi really hit a wall there. I'm surprised that gave me the escape. It's fine. One last fight to escape from, and then we'll actually get into a fight that we will take. Ooh, yeah. Good runs. Honestly, pretty good. There's like only one fight that gave us trouble. All right. Now to the boss of this giant underground sewer. I still don't know how they got that here. Really don't know how they got an excavator down here, but we gotta fight it. I'm sure we can take down a giant freaking machine. No problem. Kick it. Get him with the tag team. Rust it away with some champagne. And last but not least, give it the pigeons. Pigeons are non-elemental damage or non-elemental magic damage, so conveniently the crane doesn't stop it that much. Eri needs some more XP, so she uses a Kiwami drink on herself. Jan got kicked out of the crane, and we're gonna kick him even further. Tag team. Sparkling Cannon. And the Pyro. To take him down. And we're finally out of the sewers. Finally out of the sewers and into another frying pan, because it turns out the Seiryu clan and the Chinese... Oh, sorry about the car alarm. Usually I skip that one. But the Seiryu clan and the Chinese Liu Mang, the Chinese mafia of the area, getting in a little scuffle. And bad stuff's about to happen. But first, we gotta upgrade some stuff. Voltaic Yellow Wine needs an upgrade, and Tarot Cards needs an upgrade. Now let's Ichi get some extra damage here. This fight, although it's in the middle of the street and they're unmoving and like really seems like they're the story fight, you can just run. You can just run. And I let Eri run a bit further there to try and avoid that invisible wall situation. All right, but next couple fights we can't run from. So we gotta deal with them. Same way we've been dealing with the large groups before. Thumbtack. Tag team the large HP. Hit. That should kill. Yeah. And we just attack the last remaining. Back. Before we progress further, really important. Need to take a picture of that Kappa statue. And one more thing before we progress. There's another secret shop right here, where we are going to buy superpower rings for Eri and Adachi. And 2 for later. Magic item for Psycho. 1 for later. Military instills onto Ichi. So Ichi can be a nice speedy boy. And in the next fight, do not, under any circumstances, text or pause skip that dialogue. If you pause skip that dialogue, it wastes like 10 minutes or 10 seconds. It just, for whatever reason, has a large black screen for about 10 seconds and nothing you can do to get rid of it. It's very strange. There's a few situations in this game that happen. And we have to pay attention and make sure we don't accidentally pause skip when it will give us those. But on to the final fight of this chapter. Takabe is here. He's fast. Eri needs some more XP. We need to throw a cat at him. Takes out everyone except for the main guy, and Pyro is arranged to kill, but usually kills. Beautiful. Good. Pretty good chapter 6. On to chapter 7. We used to do a thing in chapter 5, another thing on the list of many things we did in chapter 5. We used to go and get a summon called Nancy, a lovely little crayfish or lobster. We no longer get them, but now we get a different one. Gotta do one more thing here quick though. We used all those things, or all those XP, to get Eri to the dealer class. Eri can be on Michio today, And Adachi is now at the point where he can get the Enforcer class. And yeah, he can be done. Gear. Ichi needs to steal Aries shoes. Party. Nanba's out. Adachi's in. And then down to Fukutokuchu. But now, the different pound mate that we get instead is a certain Korean drama star that's appeared in other Yakuza games. The one known as Il Yujin. That's him right there. He's not doing so hot. He's on a bit of a downslope on his career. Seems to be just drinking his problems away in an aggressive manner. So we're gonna teach him some manners really quick. And there's only one way we know how to teach someone's manners. Is with a quick bout of violence. It's fine. Just kick. That should hopefully sober him up so he can make some proper decisions. We head on off to the park. Second option. All that alcohol's coming back up, so we need to give him some water. And now we gotta go find him yet again. This time to over here, where some dang paparazzi have found out that Eugene is here and he's trying to get his career back in order. That fight spawn I don't want. I should have taken the taxi to despawn them earlier. Oh, really? An immediate second despawn is unfortunate. Now his dang paparazzi needs to stop bothering Il Eugene and let him actually get back up on his feet. And still only no one solution to these problems. Quick bout of violence. And now Il Eugene's ready to get back to his career. Gives us a nice little job XP boosting item. And gives us his phone number so we can call upon his services later. And I should have mentioned it, but back in chapter 5, we bought those fancy business cars and gambler's bow ties. Those are job XP boosting items. So they increase, each one you have equipped increases your job XP by 50%. It is a massive increase. And we got ones for Ichi's job class, we got ones for Aries' job class, and we just got only one of them from that Eugene quest, and that is for a future party member. That will let them reach abilities at points we want. Also, this is the only point in the speedrun where we don't do anything. We get about a 20-second break for this small auto scroller. That's it. That's the only break we have in this run. And it's not even enough to really fit in a donation if I'm trying to explain some stuff. So I'll probably try to manage my commentary better for next time. But now that Korean mafia, the Gomi Jewel, is starting to get up to no good. Summon the Gary. We're going straight into their headquarters. Airy. Hit him with the... Ooh, that follow-up is slower than actually just doing the sparkling canning like we wanted to. Psycho. It's not the only fight here. But now we have Il Eugene. It's time to finally use him. Take care of these punks, Il Eugene. Unfortunately, he's not that strong of a summon, actually. He's good for some free AoE damage here and there, but he's not that strong. He's no cat. He's no Robson, who does obscene amounts of damage so early. All right, we gotta set some skills. Airy needs Jackpot Chip and Darts Airstrike. Adachi needs Shield Blast and Paralysis Sprungs. And hoo boy, this is what we've been setting up all of our classes for this entire run. Has been these abilities right here. We won't use them quite yet, and I'll wait to explain them until we see them. But right now, we got some fights that we got to do. It's strange that these fights are runnable. There's not that much room behind us to run, but we got smoke bombs, so get out of jail free card. We don't got to do these fights. But now we've got to do some Dora the Explorer. Can you find the Gomijo members? He's over there. Where is he? He's right there. Is he on the left? No, he's on the right. Good job. You did it. You found them all. Your reward's a fight. And this fight's pretty quick. Pretty quick. I have Karnas. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. We got another fight here. We can run. This is one you have enough space to actually manually run, but it's just safer to smoke bomb. Eri is pretty consistent at running away from that fight. Ichi can sometimes run away, but it's just more consistent to smoke bomb. Why are the alerts going off even though I have the alert box hidden? That is strange. But I appreciate the raid. The raid. Got a new weapon for Adachi that we got put on right away. So nice, finish Strangers of Paradise. Nice. How did you enjoy it overall? But back to the run. I did mute the alert box source. I don't know why it's still going through. It's fine. But now we're entering to the actual heart of the Gomi Jewel headquarters. Turns out Nanba's been up to some nonsense. And that nonsense is getting us into trouble with Jungi Han. This fine-looking gentleman here is actually a pretty tough fight, but we can manage. The ability that we've been building up with Eri this entire time, Dart Airstrike, that was a cool 900-ish damage right there. A clean 900 damage from a pretty low-cost ability. It's fantastic. We love Dart Airstrike. We also love Paralysis Prongs. Howdy, Froob. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, nice. That's a fast move. There's only one move we don't want to see Jungi Han do. He gets one free space in order to do a move. There's one move that we don't want to see. He can put Adachi to sleep. Luckily, he didn't, so we're good. Fight is over. Thanks for stopping by, Froob. And yeah. Lovely whoopsie that Froob did earlier. Accidentally forgot to change Eri's job over. It happens. Mistakes happen. But we learn. Oh boy, next fight. Gotta clear out the enemies as fast as we can. It is better if Ichi goes first, because Dart's Airstrike is actually a multi-target attack. It can hit up to 3 random targets, so if we reduce the amount of enemies only down to 3, we can get the targets that we want to get hit by the darts actually get hit by them. Dart's Airstrike is also a fantastic single target because all 3 darts will always go out. So if there's only one target, that target gets hit by all 3. It is a fantastic ability. But this fight, we had to take down that crossbow guy on the side there first because we really need to make sure that crossbow guys don't survive. They have an ability that turns themselves invisible, and it just wastes our time. So we need to take them out before they can do anything. And this fight's pretty easy. The final fight of this chapter. Tag team that guy, and Dart should finish the job. Yeah. I'm glad Thumbtack scatter is still great on Airy. Just not enough to make up for the dart's solo damage. But now we know for sure. But before we go on, we got to get this Kappa statue. Take one more quick trip to the blacksmith, if I can get my menu right. Because that weapon we got for Adachi is upgradable. Adachi was already doing pretty stinking good damage with those paralysis prongs. But we can do better. It's unfortunate that we can't stack these blacksmith trips together. But they're not too costly. Ichi, please walk forward. Thank you. But now we're just going to do a quick run through a couple stuff, find out what Nanbo was really up to this entire time here, and then head on over to Chinatown to finish the story. So this would be another good spot for donations, which is also a good spot for me to just chat with Chad for a second. Stranger in Paradise was a hell. Like, the story actually comes together at the end in a holy shit manner. That is a feat. That is a feat. Oh boy, that is a fight spawn. Needs to be despawned. I am surprised at how the Strangers of Paradise story will come together. Now I'm curious, dang it. I was gonna skip the game because the combat looks super fun, but the story seems pretty meh. But now I'm like, now you're saying it actually comes together somehow. I'm like, that's tempting. That's tempting now. But we are on to chapter 8. Need to talk to Jungi Han. And this chapter is the shortest in the entire run. Up. If I can get my dang fast travel menus right. This is the shortest chapter in the entire run. It's only about 3 minutes. Because it's all we got to do is head on over to here to try and confront some people at the Bleach Japan office. This assassin is waiting outside. He's a jerk. He almost always hits Ichi. So we hit him back. And we're going to have to heal Ichi. This next fight has the potential to kill Ichi if we don't heal him. So we just... It's just nicer to play it safe. Take one of our small solo target heals onto Ichi. Head on in. And if you have any dancing emotes, now's the time to use them. Because this song slaps. Its entire OST slaps, but this song especially slaps. Start off the fight with a cat. Cat jam, if you would. Eri, please give Mabuchi some darts. Saiko's gonna buff up Adachi, and you're gonna see how much damage Adachi can do with that upgraded shield and with these boosts. He's just gonna give us a cool 1400 damage. That's unfortunate. Hopefully Adachi doesn't die. Also, a weird quirk of Dart's airstrike is if an enemy is near a wall and is in the process of getting up, a dart can miss, and that is a problem. Sometimes. We don't care too much in this fight, but it is a care. Okay, Adachi, please survive this. Good. And the fight's done. And thanks for stopping by, Calvi. Enjoy your Elden Ring. I just beat Elden Ring yesterday. Finally. Well, that's this fight. And that's basically the end of this chapter. Just head on over through here. Head on over to this. And the chapter's done. It only took me 115 hours to beat Elden Ring, but I finally beat it. Yeah, the lock-on system can be kind of rough sometimes. I'm too used to the lock-ons in Souls-like games that I'm just like, even with all the jank there is, I'm just too accustomed to it. All right, but back to it. Bleach Japan, we just went to their office to try and confront them, but they weren't there. They had Mabuchi there. Curious why Bleach Japan, an organization that's trying to clean up the streets, trying to remove some illegalities and gray zone type techniques, why they're working with Mabuchi, who's a member of the Chinese Liu Man. Curious. But now they have a whole suite of Yakuza members working for them. Those two are grouped, so I'm going to actually try and get Sparkling Cannon onto this guy so that hopefully they're together and Adachi can shield blast them. Unfortunately not, but I'm going to take down this guy before he can get a turn off. Good. And because we have to, this is the chapter where we really had to pay attention to the cooldowns on our pound mates. We use pound mates in just about every fight in this chapter, but all the pound mates have their cooldowns that we need to concern themselves with. That's why we used Gary Buster Holmes on that fight. Getting stuns there is nice, but a lot of those enemies are pretty stun resistant, so they don't get stunned too often. But we also do it so that we can use Ilyujin in this fight, and Ilyujin has a 4-fight cooldown, significantly longer than Gary Buster Holmes, who only has a 2-fight cooldown. So we have to plan out our uses so that we can get pound mates out in every fight and in useful situations. But Kumei's back. He's still a jerk. Use Ilyujin to take them out. Dart's airstrike to start doing work to Kumei. Again, Kumei is weak to everything. So we hit him with our most powerful stuff. Unfortunately, because we aren't using Gary Buster Holmes like we normally would in this fight, Kumei doesn't get doesn't get stunned. But he only gets 1 turn off. Oh. Need to make sure I hit the correct dialogue options first before proceeding. All right, one more mob before finally confronting whoever's in that machine over there. Gary Buster Holmes comes back right off cooldown. Hit them with the darts to try and seal off some enemies. Seguchi is not stunned, as well as has way too much HP. So we're gonna deal with that. Gonna shield blast, and nice that they lined up for me. Nice fight. Shield blast is another AoE if the enemies are grouped, so we love to see it when they do give Adachi an opportunity to actually dish out some good AoE. And now we're introduced to this gentleman in the machine, Reiji Ishioda. Reiji Ishioda is the bane of this run. Every fight with Reiji, this one's pretty consistent, but every other fight with Reiji has the potential to end the run. Not end the run literally. We can still progress, but he has the very, very easy potential to just finish off Ichi. And in this game, it works like some other JRPGs. If the party leader dies, that's game over. And our party leader is Ichi. So we really don't want Ichi to die, and Reiji has some strong abilities. Right now, though, we kicked him out of his crane, and he's in a permanently stunned state. He literally can't do anything. So we just get to beat up on him. Then he hops back in. And conveniently, most of the time, he hops back in right into our turn, where we finish him off. But now we need to progress. Bleach Japan is really coming at the throats, and we actually are kind of becoming friends with the various mafia groups, various members of them. Jungi Han's starting to become quite the various ally, or quite the ally for us. So we need to give him some help. But who is invading Reiji again? Oh, with Nanba? What? Nanba's even betraying us? My goodness. Cat! Give a nice boost onto Adachi. That is a fast Reiji. Reiji is a jerk. Reiji counters many moves. Like I said, he counters. He also has a move called Gunshot. Many of the gun enemies in this game, they're pretty strong. Not the most powerful in the world. Reiji is the exception. Reiji's gun is very scary. And if we see Gunshot, someone's probably gonna get taken out. Luckily, he didn't. And Reiji just took the punches on the chin like a champ, and we appreciated that. That was a good Reiji 2 fight. Yeah, I don't know the full extent of why when Reiji gets back into the crane, why sometimes he gets a turn, but most of the time he doesn't. It's very strange. That was a very good chapter, though. But on to chapter 10. Bleach Japan has left one of their leaders behind, so we get to do some interrogation. We ask him some questions. He gives us a very massive plot dump. And I wish I could sum up that plot dump thoroughly enough, but we're already in the next fight. Gary Buster Holmes. Nice. Okay, so if you were paying very close attention, there was a nice purple exclamation point stamp. There's a nice purple exclamation point stamp right next to Gary Buster Holmes. That means that was a boosted summon. And that boost has additional effects. In the case of Gary Buster Holmes, it's more damage, and it guarantees the stun on all enemies. So we like to see those when we get them. Also, Jungi Han is here. Oh, the hot boy is in our party. And he's very powerful. So we got to get some skills on him. We got to get him head trauma, and we got to get him rapid shot. We got to give him some gear, optimize, put on the bullet of memory and a superpower ring. And we got to put it in. Psycho gets out for Jungi Han. And we're off to Seagull Cinema. And now we actually, and most importantly, Adachi is in party slot 3. That is going to come into importance later on in this chapter. But before we progress, got some more Liu Meng thugs here. And also, this ability is 6 MP and does insane amounts of damage. Jungi Han is fantastic. Root of Eater, reversal body. Take out as many enemies as we can with darts. Should hopefully leave. Oh, unfortunately, 2 and they're separated. Probably should have shield blasted instead, but it's fine. Jungi Han punched this guy. I didn't know that guy could block. Didn't matter, he didn't have enough HP, but who knows? But also Zhang's back again. But this time we have a solution. Zhang is very weak to piercing type damage. Piercing type damage, i.e. guns and darts. That did a cool 700 damage, and that only hit him with 1 dart. How about hitting him with 2 guns, too? Jungi Han. Ruin this man's day. Now we gotta let him get up. He's a bit too close to a wall. Dart, again, can miss, but we want all 3 to hit because, ooh, baby, that's a cool 2,000 damage with Derry. Letting Zhang not do basically anything. now we've got to go into the Liu Mang headquarters. On the way, we got some fights here, but these fights can be skipped. It's great. This is why we still wanted those smoke bombs left over from all the way back in Chapter 6. We needed 5. We needed 2 for Chapter 7 and 3 for this chapter. Luckily, we're going to have 2 extra, which is just going to be very useful for later spots where we potentially can't run away from some fights, or where we have to encounter some fights to run away if we get some bad overworld spawns. But now we're finally getting into the Liu Mang headquarters. And with any headquarters, they don't want us there. Surprise. So we're gonna have to head trauma Kong, the main guy. And Robson's still really strong. Still very strong. Up here, grab the tactical helmet. I should probably bring that up. We did some armor equipping onto Jungi Han there. Jungi Han comes already with some decent armor. Almost no one in our party has armor, really, that's any decent. I think Eri has some shoes. Ichi has a holy, a straw hat with holes in it and a stretched and torn t-shirt. Adachi just has some shoes. Some very barren equipment. Pretty soon we're actually gonna need some defenses, and pretty soon includes about nowish. Take that heal just to make sure Eri has enough MP. We need to change some gear over. Ichi needs the other fancy business card, and Eri needs that helmet. Because she needs some armor. Because this next fight in the second phase has a very specific stipulation. All right. Now this gentleman, he's pretty fast. He's going to get a few attacks off. We really want him to hit Ichi or Adachi. There's a good hit first on Ichi there. He's not near any walls, so we don't got to worry about darts missing. Please hit Adachi. Thank you. He's going to get another turn. Please hit Adachi again. Thank you. Good. So we're left with 2 party members that haven't gotten any damage. But now we got a tiger to fight, because this is a fancy restaurant and they decided to just have a live tiger that's probably illegally trained to harm people. But this tiger is very weak. Just like Zheng. 2 piercing damage. Darts are gonna do some great damage. And we're going to transfer shield onto Eri. Also, that is a fast Jungi Han. Transfer shield is gonna increase our defenses on Eri, because this tiger has a specific mechanic to it. This tiger, nice, I can get a little bit of free extra damage in with the tag team. This tiger will only attack the last person who attacked it. Thus, why we wanted to increase Eri's defense, because Eri and Jungi Han are going to be the only ones really dishing out the damage. So we want to make sure they are able to survive. I'm getting a little bit of extra damage in when I can to make sure that the tiger can hopefully go down with these darts. Nice. Beautiful. That was a great tiger fight. It was a really weird turn order, but a turn order that was very advantageous. All right. Before we progress on to the final fights of this chapter, gotta get some more gear. Ichi, please open the safe. Get some more gear. Get some nice single target heals and a nice first aid kit in case anyone goes down. Gear. And gear. Area optimized. That new stuff on. That's all I needed. Right. Okay, good. Sorry. Didn't scroll through my notes fast enough. It's fine. All right. And Mabuchi round 2 and Cat Jam round 2. Now, another quirk with head trauma. Jungi-Han is fantastic. Does great damage. He cannot be the brightest sometimes. Head trauma needs the opponent to be standing in order for it to land. Jungi-Han can kick a chair at an enemy and knock them over before he gets close to them to head trauma. And obviously, head trauma will then miss. So hopefully Jungi-Han is the smart boy and just goes and runs up and does the damage. Otherwise, it's mostly about dishing out enough damage to put Mabuchi into phase 2. Thank you for running closer to the party. Nice crit. We do have to wait for him to get up. Gotta make sure head trauma hits. We need to be polite with our damage. Mabuchi will get one attack. It's a slow one, unfortunate. Oh, well, not slow if it whiffs. Please kill. Oh, so close. Just finish this man off. That was rude. I'm actually surprised. Usually that round of attacks is enough to kill before Mabuchi gets another attack. But Namba's rejoined. He's come to his senses. He's finally back in the party. Just in time for Reiji again. Reiji's still a jerk. Still can ruin our day. We hit Reiji as much as we can first. Actually need to do a little bit of a change up here. That guy has a crossbow. Means he can go stealth. We don't want him. He needs to get out of here. So we need to take him out before he does anything. Focus on Reiji. Nanba's rejoined the party. He gets automatically put into slot 3, specifically. And he also has a new ability. It's pretty good. Wipes out the rest of those guys. And that is the last thing Namba's going to do this entire run. Very unfortunate for Namba. Summon Gondawara. Reduces defenses. And Namba, sorry buddy. Adachi's back in. Just in time to get stunned. Reiji's a jerk. Oh, nice. Nice, Adachi. Don't know how you didn't get stunned by that. That attack's almost a guaranteed stun. So it's preferable if he doesn't do that. One quick Kiwami drink onto Jungi-Han. That way Jungi-Han can learn an ability a little bit sooner. Get Ishioda back down. This fight is almost over. Luckily, we haven't seen Gunshot. That's not an ask. Please don't do Gunshot. Thank you. All right, fight's done. Ishioda's being very kind today. Hopefully, that remains the case. Very good fight. Very, very good. But now, yeah, now would be another great time for donations. There are no more fights. We are going to run and get a couple more Kappa statues, but there are no more fights. It's just going to be us getting a Kappa statue along the way here, skipping a sub-story, and then progressing until the chapter ends. So this would be another great spot to donate. or to read off donations. We don't want to deal with that. Also, you don't need to pause skip that. You can just text skip that. I didn't need to. Actually, probably would have been best to hold off to the donations until then to show that is the final Kappa statue. And we get, so long as you didn't accidentally take multiple pictures, we get that nice little ping to confirm it for us. So yeah, now would be a great time for donations because yeah, we're just going to watch some cutscenes and do some running. That is an unfortunate fight spawn. That is an unfortunate fight spawn. Back to Chinatown to finish off this chapter. Oh, I think that was a late fight spawn. I don't think I saw them appear at all. You can run, Jinky-Han. Nice. I didn't even have to use a smoke bomb. It was really unfortunate. This is a super good chapter. Would have honestly saved some time. But not anymore. That's okay. Off to chapter 11. Where we finally unlock our last party member. And he's a doozy. He's great casually. Unfortunately for the speedrun, he only gets one job. And that is to deliver Adachi some shoes. And that's it. I'm sorry, Zhao. Zhao is a fantastic party member casually. Great damage, great speed. He's a great all-rounder as well. Good for magic and physical damage. But unfortunately, he just joins us too late. We got other party members that can already do what he does. So unless we do a drastic overhaul to the layout of our party, Zhao unfortunately just isn't gonna see any time. But now we're actually gonna do get back to some more optional stuff. This fight is an optional SOS quest that begins a chain of SOS quests. And we only really care about the last one in the chain. So, but we do have to do all of them along the way. So this one was on our path, so we got it right away. More cutscenes. Howdy, Queen. Thanks for stopping by. Also, thanks, Moobot. Someone just used the command to explain what I'm doing. And then Moobot is just like, oh, that's enough time for me to send the command again. And now started doing it. It's fine. But now we go back and progress the story. Try to confront a politician in the underground parking lot. But it was closed down for security purposes, but there's a back entrance that they weren't paying attention to. We are doing the optionals for reasons I will explain when we get to the end one. But for this fight, we guard. We guard. We throw a cat at him. Oh, and he's still standing. Well, blast him then. Normally he'd get knocked to the ground and we could opportune, but shoot blast will suffice. But now we could go and immediately finish this chapter. This could be nearly as short as chapter 8. But we got one thing to do here. Gosh dang it, I should have despawned with the taxi. There's almost always a spawn in the way of the path that we want to go. Because we're not going to go to the actual story. We're going to do this sub-story. A sub-story that... How best to explain? And I would leave it up to GDQ staff on how they want to explain it. We want to keep things relatively PG. I suppose we could call this man Mr. Feels No Pain, which I believe Froob called in one run. But his actual name is Mr. Masochist. I'm not sure if that is an acceptable terminology, but he's incredibly important to this run. Honestly, this run doesn't work without him. This run doesn't work without him. And we do have to fight him first. Or at the very least, we have to convince the game that we tried to get him to, you know, feel some pain, but can't. He's not feeling it. But we do our best to convince the game that we tried. So we punched him a couple times, and we're just gonna guard until the fight's done. But yeah, Mr. Masochist is the most powerful, or probably the key pound mate to this run. Because this pound mate does no damage, but along the vein of not being able to feel pain, does a defensive boost for our entire party. And that defensive boost is going to be coming in handy, crucially, in the next chapter. Where the fact that we're under-leveled is going to slap us right across the face, so we need some way to survive some attacks. First, turn in the Kappa statues that we finally did. Keep progressing the quest, or the sub-story. We couldn't do any physical pain, so we try some emotional pain by bringing his mother over. It's cruel. It also doesn't work. But also there's someone that could potentially help him, but she's in trouble, so we gotta take these thugs off of her hands with some darts. And now they found the right pairing. We've unlocked our pound mate. And now we can go and finish the chapter.
Oh. What?
Lots of cutscenes, so this will probably be a great time for a single donation. So we got a couple fights ahead of us. This song also slaps. Aim for head trauma for the main guy. Darts to start dealing with some of the ads. Gary Buster Holmes. Keep targeting the big guy, because Ares should be able to take down the last remaining ad with the darts. Fave song in this game. Oh boy, I don't think I can choose. I'd probably say... Probably say like the final boss theme. It's incredibly dramatic and just fantastically composed. But we ain't done with fights yet. Gotta aim again for the head guy. Get darts. Dish out some nice AoE damage. And throw a cat at him. Leaves only the main guy remaining. Luckily, that actually is rare. Oh, really? I didn't even know that guy had taunt. Ooh, this is an awkward turn order. Ooh, this is an awkward turn order. Actually, it might be beneficial. Because now we're against Matoba. This game has a strange coincidence with it. First, we're going to lower his defense so we can take him out faster. This game has a weird coincidence. There are certain enemies that are very resistant to piercing damage. They have a commonality in that their names start with M, end in A, and have 6 letters. But you'll see how much damage darts does. Almost nothing. We need some MP for Adachi because everyone's running low. Actually worked out really well. Ow. But now we just have to keep on damaging this guy until he's down. It's not the toughest fight. Piercing damage. I call it piercing. The symbol that the game gives it is a gun. So it's typically called gun damage, but it's like RPG wise. RPG wise, it's piercing damage. There is blunt, piercing, and slashing damage as different physical damage types. Also, because Matoba is very resistant to darts, we're using Jackpot Chip. It's not as much damage as darts usually does, but it'll do. It'll do. Piercing with a bullet, exactly. Exactly. But on to chapter 12. This is the part of the game where I was mentioning is where the fact that we are underleveled is going to come and slap us across the face. So we're going to do some stuff to alleviate the damage of that slap. We are going to equip the Jog Back Speed Boost onto Aerie. Head on up to Conquest. This is also the point in the story where we actually have to get 3 million yen to proceed. We don't have quite 3 million yen. We almost have 3 million yen. So we need to do a little something to get that little bit of extra money. Meanwhile, there's a conveniently placed SOS quest in that chain of SOS quests that we were doing. Aerie's going way too fast. Oh, attack won't kill, will it? Dang it, I actually played this name. So this is part 2 of the chain of 3 SOS quests. Now the final one is available. Now we get to do this sub-story that we started all the way back in chapter 5. Again, this is one of the situations where a big black screen appears if you don't, or if you try to cutscene skip. So you have to mash through it. Also, this is a chapter 5, it's a chapter 5 sub-story, so he's a little weak. But that unlocks the pawn shop. They will use for exactly one thing. That's to sell a couple things we got from bosses. That gets us the rest of our money. Over to Wasurukame Highway, where we'll do the last chain in the SOS quest. And this is one of our big secrets to survive this massive difficulty spike of chapter 12. That main enemy in the front there is the Invested Vagabond. They are this game's version of the Dragon Quest Metal Slimes. They will give us a lot of XP, but they get hit, or they take very little damage, but they have low HP, so we just got to hit them a lot. So we use all of our multi-tick damages. Don't steal that. I need that. Take care of this guy before he can do anything. Sir. Stop begging. Okay. And to close out and look to the left of the screen. That's how much XP we got. That's how much XP we got. Cool 500,000 for everyone in our party, and boosted even further with those job XP boosting items. We jumped from about level 32, 33 to level 38, 39 with that single fight. Very, very important because we will need those levels. We will absolutely be needing those levels. Metal Slime is Chansey and Blissey. Yeah, for the Pokemon comparison. Okay, that fight spawn is not in our way, so we can just progress on. And this is where we need that 3 million yen. So say goodbye to all of our hard-earned money with all them Kappa statues. There it goes. But now we get into another area. A brand new area. You might recognize it. It's Sotenbori. This is where Chapter 12 will be taking place. But this brand new area is a much later game area than before. Where previously in Ijincho, the best way that we could probably increase some of our weapons was with blacksmithing and increase our armors to buy some really expensive stuff. Now, there's gold safes in Sotenbori that have some great gear. So we finally need to equip something better than a stretched out shirt and a straw hat with holes in it on Ichi. We're finally gonna upgrade. Get some nice magic boosting equipment. Pick up this silver safe, which gives us a gallant binding, which is an HP increase accessory. And we will need every HP we can get coming up at the boss fight in this chapter. Also, yes, there is crafting in this game. There's crafting for bento boxes and crafting for weapons and armor. Get another piece of armor. And to the outdoor mall, where we're going to be showing off, or where we've got another secret to this chapter. Another secret that I never used solo because I thought it was ridiculous. And no other thrown item is nearly as powerful. But this shop just weirdly has rocket launchers. I don't know why a pawn shop has rocket launchers. They might be dealing in some shady stuff. But that's all I know is that it's very worth it. Put on some abilities here. Ichi needs some gear. And Eri needs the shield. Nanba's shoes. Fast travel. The bridge. So we put on some abilities there. We gave Ichi Essence of Rose Typhoon, a new ability that he got thanks to all those job XP boosting items we've had. Gave Eri the Lucky Punch over the Jackpot chip, just a better single target damage. Gave Jungihan Divine Shot, which is a nice AoE skill for Jungihan. Upgraded Ichi's gear. And gave Eri worse shoes. Yes, we need to enter this. Yes, we gave Eri worse shoes. We want a specific turn order. Again, we want to eliminate as many targets as possible before Eri's darts, so that Eri can hit things successfully. But now we got the battle arena. And I want to hit both these peer reviewers. Also, see that damage? You saw those numbers in the corner there. That did nearly a 2,000 damage to everyone that got hit by that rocket launcher. It is very helpful. Dang it. So I keep forgetting to do this. We are doing this battle arena. This is optional. We don't have to do it. It's nice to get a little bit of levels up, but it also gives us some gear and some money. That is very, very helpful. So we'll be doing 10 floors of this arena. Again, starting off with the rocket launchers. Essence of Rose Typhoon is the ability that Ichi has now, that an AoE skill that hits everyone, guaranteed. Very helpful, very powerful skill. We want to get rid of this billboard. Absolutely. That is a very strong attack. But it was his fastest attack, so I appreciate that. This guy almost never gets hit by the rocket launcher, so unfortunately it takes a bit to take down. But goes down with some persuasion. Now we head on to the third floor. Each of these fights has a pretty unique way we have to go about it. All slight variations and new strategies. This one, we divine shot the big guy in the front. Divine shot's great. We throw a cat at him. And that did enough damage to make sure that this Yakuza goes down with these darts. But floor 4 is where we get to our main strategy for all multi-target. Nearly all multi-target fights. We got the DRD, the Divine Shot, the Essence of Rose Typhoon, and Darts. This 3-hit combo will deal with the majority of multi-target enemy encounters that we will deal with. It is very powerful and useful. We will be using it a lot. Floor 5. We want to divine shot onto the guy in the suit on the left. Because one strange quirk of divine shot is it does 2 times as much damage to the person you target than it does to everyone else. So with a little bit of extra damage to the person we target, we can end some of these fights a bit more consistently. Now we finally pick up some of these treasures we've been skipping. That was a weapon for Zhao. Again, we don't use Zhao. So unfortunately, it's a great weapon, but we're just gonna pawn it off for some money. Because it sells for a cool 1,000,000 yen. Also, you know the strat. It's DRD. Howdy, Morgan. Howdy, Zach. Thanks for stopping by. I probably should have paralysis prong, but it's fine. Goes down. And now, we just got a new skill for Jungi Han. Jungi Han got his essence ability. It is very, very good. This was a new addition thanks to swapping from the Nancy Poundmate to the Il Eugene Poundmate, because Il Eugene gives you that job XP boosting item. Now we got Essence of Phantom Driver, and we're gonna use it immediately. King Joe, say hi. Also say hi to Robson. Robson's fantastic. I'm sure he'll be great friends with this cat. And then we dart. Normally, we would try and use head trauma a bunch with Jungi Han because head trauma is great. Low MP, fantastic damage. But it's just a little slow that we have to watch Jungi Han run up. He needs to punch him a bunch in the head. Sometimes we have to wait for them to be standing. But with Essence of Phantom Drive, we can just do this. Saves 2-3 seconds every single time. Nice time saves through. And the reason we, back in chapter 11, put Zhao's shoes onto Adachi is for situations like that. Adachi is very slow. Very slow. But with Zhao's shoes, he can sometimes outspeed some enemies and save us some time. It is very helpful. Also, this battle arena has floors that do certain things. This floor, everyone is poisoned. I think floor 6, everyone's attacks did crits, or every physical attack did every physical attack crits on those floor. Your physical attacks and the enemies. It's a very dangerous floor if you let the enemies live. But now we're finally on to the last battle arena floor that we will do. There are 30. We're only going to do 10. But this one has a DRD variant called the GRD. It's called that because, well, we don't need Jungi Han's damage. Just the throws and the darts is enough. Yep. That is another weapon there that we can sell for 1,000,000 yen. Also, this weapon we could sell for 1,000,000 yen, but it's a great weapon for Jungi Han. So we're going to put it onto Jungi Han. And we're out of the arena. Got one more gold safe that we want to get. A lovely hat that we will put on Sayako for some more magic damage. Back to the pawn shop. For, you guessed it, more rocket launchers. We don't go anywhere without our rocket launchers anymore. Or we try not to. We can't get rocket launchers everywhere. We can get them here. Also, we're going to, while we're here, we're going to sell a couple of those weapons we got. The Damascus Ladle and the Lu Chinese Saber. And then, oh, let me get out of the store so I can fast travel. And we go back to a Jinsho, actually. Back to Ijinsho. We have one more bout of blacksmithing that we have to do. Well, we don't have to do, but it is nice to do. We can upgrade our weapons one tier further. So we can do that. Also, this lovely area back here has a bunch of golden safes, another gallant binding for more HP. A courage pendant that is immunity to fear. We'll be using that later. And Blesswood armor to Blesswood run. And gold ingot for some upgrading. And back to the workshop. Say hi to Sumire again. Upgrade the facilities. And a bit of a flashing lights warning, because we're going to be upgrading a lot. Lightning bandages times 2. Table sparkling times 8. Impervious shield times 2. Dress pouch times 2. True ace times 2. And back to Soten Bori. And off to the story. And this is where the difficulty spike happens. Oh boy, this is where the difficulty spike happens. Got a little bit of walking to do first. This is a stealth mission. We gotta make sure we're not getting caught. Gotta be nice and quiet. Gotta really blend into the background. Oh crap, we've been spotted. Well, take him out. We can get caught a couple times, it's fine. But now we actually do need to do the rest of the stealth mission. We're going to run on over here. wait for this gentleman to walk away, because that will also set up the guards on the next floor to be in the correct position. And now would be a good time to fit in a couple donations as we slowly walk to the next area. Okay. Big equipment menu here. Grab one piece of equipment from the safe. And gear. Okay, Airy. Optimize. Accessory. Needs superpower rings. Jungi Han. Optimize. Put on tactical helmet. Put on the War God's Keystone over the bullet. Psycho. Optimize. Put on magical sandals. Adachi. Optimize. Ichi. Optimize. Put on the Gallant Binding and a superpower ring. And I need an MP heal. And now we get to an easy fight before the hard fight. Why is that still going through? I have the alert box quiet. I have the alert box hidden. It shouldn't be going through. It's fine. But thank you for the 100 bits, Zach. Now we get to another amazing song, but also... Hi, Majima. And hello, difficulty spike. This fight is hard. All right. Started off with a head trauma. Masochist bright and early. So we get a nice defensive boost. We don't want to push him into next phase, so it also helps us do not enough damage. That was Gundawara, not Mr. Masochist. That was not what I wanted to see. That's fine. We'll just have to do it later. All right. Now we will do enough damage to Majima. Once he gets up, we will do enough damage to Majima to push him into the next phase. That phase is doppelgangers. How about 4 Majimas to fight? Well, we're not gonna. Robson, take care of these jerks. Some are left, that's okay. Majima is the other one that's super resistant to darts, but the doppelgangers aren't, so we can take those out. That is an unfortunate paralysis. Okay, luckily, didn't have to deal with the worst of it. Oh boy. Ooh, this is bad that Jungi Han is stunned. Cause Sajima's here too. Ishi, get out of the way of this. Thank you. I'm glad I hit both. It is lucky if you can hit both with the rocket launchers. Okay, now I really need Masochist boost. Okay, please hit 2 again. Oh, it didn't hit 2 again. Shoot. I'm gonna have to heal, even though this is bad. Stop paralyzing him. Okay, there's the boost. Hoping for a paralysis prongs on Majima. Dang it. Actually, I'm gonna guard. To hopefully let Saijima's next ability do less damage. Because this is gonna hurt. Okay, it still does a crap ton of damage. I need to heal. It sucks that Ares is the one who's having to heal. But at that low damage... Actually, I should be focusing Majima. At this low, or at that low of damage or health after that attack, Gosh dang, I'm all flustered. No! Oh boy. Like I said, this is a hard fight. I really need to take down Majima. Because Blade Kill did a lot of damage to Ichi. He can do it again. God, these paralyses are really bad. Okay, take care of Majima. Okay, we should be fine. Should be fine. Okay, we're fine. Oh my god, that was a really weird Majima Seijiba fight. That was a really weird Majima Seijiba fight. Usually it doesn't turn out that awkward. But all the paralysis, all the weird damage, and Eri was the one having to do the heals was less than ideal. But we're out of it. We're out of it. We survived. And that's one of the fights that can absolutely ruin the speed of a run. We would be fine if we die. It'd be fine. But it would be a bit slower, of course. We used our rocket launchers. Get them back. We still have smoke bombs left over, so we're fine there. Gear. Jungi Han needs lightning bandages. And we go back to finish this chapter. 2 more fights to finish this chapter. Okay. 2 more fights to finish this chapter. Essence of Phantom Drive on Kuroda. Nice crit. And we got Saijima as a pound mate. He's strong. He is a strong one, that Saijima. We're gonna dish out as much damage as we can. That guy's having a rough day. Paralyzed, bleeding, and defense down. Unfortunate for him. Okay, game should finish the job. Nice crits. My gosh. And 1 final fight of the chapter. We will be out of here. Out of this super hard chapter. Whew. Always a stressful one. And that fight was stressful. But yeah, if you die to that fight, it is not run over. We can just restart the fight right away. It is just a time loss. You lose a couple minutes or so. We lose a couple minutes and we can't use a late game summon that we would like to, but it's not a run killer. It's just not fast. And after that, we are out of there. On to chapter 13. This chapter is not quite so bad, but this chapter has a lot of cutscenes. Because it turns out Arakawa Sr., after he shot Ichi, had a whole set of plans for him. Plans to get Ichi back on his feet and back on his side and go on with some other things. And unfortunately, Arakawa Sr. paid the ultimate price for that. So there is lots of cutscenes and lots of time for donations as we run from story point to story point. These Chinatown fight spawns are bad. I'm gonna walk slowly so they don't notice me. So they don't notice me despawning them. I can blink them out of existence. Okay. off to finally a fight. Truly Ichi's greatest tool, vending machines. You're not wrong. You can literally blink enemies out of existence. First fight of this chapter, it's just a DRD. Plain and simple. Nice and simple one, and then, well, this would be another time to go right back to more donations, because we got a lot more cutscene skipping and a lot more running around before we do another fight. But yeah, I just while this would be donation reading time, I can just say that God, I love this run. This run is a blast to do. It is such a mix of RPG or of RNG, planning, execution, and adaptation. It's a really fun. And as I said at the beginning of the run, showcases like all the depths of an RPG speedrun. The beginning chapters with or where almost everything is just RNG dependent on our speed. Then it gets to chapter 5 with all the routing and planning and optimization that was done to try and plan everything out in advance for the future chapters. Then heavy execution into chapters like 6 through 11. And now we get to the adaptation phase. Chapters 12 until the end, where the boss fights are tough. We need to play it by the seat of our pants and try and beat it as fast as we can when we really need to be on our feet. Improvise, adapt. And I don't know about overcome, but like, do it quickly. The speedrunner motto. All right, one more fight here before we enter into the final portions of this chapter. Adachi, we would like to have an ability for him, but we just don't take enough fights, so he gets it after this fight. So we just got to start this off with another DRD and deal with the last remaining. Favorite portions of portion of RPGs in general? I guess combat mechanics, but that's just because I'm a mechanic-driven person. Okay, Adachi got that new ability, Essence of Shield Rupture, a great AoE ability for Adachi that now hits all targets. It's fantastic. So now even Adachi can do great work at eliminating waves of enemies. But in terms of favorite portion of... Oh, boy, I'm going to have to... No, sirs. Go about your business. Shoo. Wait, I do have a smoke bomb. I'm already waiting. I could have ran in there and used a smoke bomb, but... Normally, I also would have refilled, but I think I only have one smoke bomb remaining, and I want to save it for a potential fight in chapter 14. All right. Off to this fight. Again, multiple targets. Start with the DRD. Actually, this one's different. This is a DGD. Gary's coming out. Nice boost. Nice boost, making sure everyone is stunned. And Adachi was nice and quick, so Adachi... Oh, that's right. Tsutsumi didn't get hit. That is unfortunate. Thanks for spraying with detergent. Jerk. Take that. I think that's just a dispel ability. Oh. Well, we haven't seen him since chapter 2. Sawashiro is back. Sawashiro is probably the easiest of the late game bosses, but he is not a pushover. And if he wants to, he can waste some time. So Sawashiro, we want to play nicely. First phase is pretty straightforward. We just dish out damage, try to keep him away from us because he can do one stupid thing, and we want him to do that stupid thing. That's not the thing we wanted him to do. We wanted him to use a move called Vile Blade of Enmity. That move, he stands where he is and doesn't attack. But he's standing really far away from everyone, so whiffs. That's the attack we want to see. See? Like this. Good. I'm gonna be safe because we're already low on MP and do a heal here. We're gonna hopefully push him into next phase. There it is. Now phase 2 is the one that can really slow us down. Phase 2, Sawashiro has a thing for unconventional weapons. He was using a katana, but what about a cane? This cane changes his attacks into an AoE attack. And he also has a move that can stun enemies. Also, if he knocks anyone to the ground, he gets a free opportunity attack. It is a rough phase. So Ichi's going to be playing healer here. Hopefully, we can push him out of this phase before he stuns anyone. This is the stun attack. Dang it. Holy crap, he nearly killed. Oh, he nearly killed Adachi. I have to heal him. He's going to stay stunned. That is unfortunate. How did he do that much damage? I am very surprised at the amount of damage he did. That's not great. Cane blocker's fine. That doesn't matter for us much because, well, we're using long distance attacks. All right, we have mental supplements for just such an occasion. I didn't really we had the paralysis. I wasn't expecting you to break out of your counter so quickly. We had paralysis poultices to deal with the paralysis on Amajima. Also, this isn't good either. He's at damage gate. I don't know. Throw some fruit at frickin' Jungi Han. God dang it. So there's damage gates between each phase. Because if you notice, that last attack from Adachi didn't lower his HP at all. So he was going to go into next phase no matter when his next turn was. I should have guarded instead. Or spent a little bit more time healing, but it's fine. But also, yeah, more unconventional weapons. How about a broken cane and a half cut off sword? Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. I'm going to have to use the rocket launcher here. This is the heal we didn't want Sawashiro to do right away, because every turn Sawashiro has with that regen up heals 1,000 damage. So we need to get him out of this phase. And the only way we can do that is ideally we save a rocket launcher for a later fight. But it is best to not let him keep healing. So had to use the audible for a rocket launcher here. That was a very mean Sawashiro. And yeah, I was not expecting to get out of his defense state so fast, and I whiffed the guard on Jungi Han. That was a rough Sawashiro fight. And now we get more story, so now would be a good time for donations. That was a rough Sawashiro, my god. I lost a minute in that chapter. My goodness. All right. Now to chapter 14. This is by far the hardest chapter in this run. There are 2 boss fights in this chapter, and both of them can ruin our day. This fight's pretty simple. Divine shot, throw a cat at him, clean up the rest. Off to part-time hero. We're trying to again confront people at the Bleach Japan office. But again, people are waiting to do us harm. Divine shot. Ideally, those cars. It's funny for having the cars hit them, but it is actually slower. Also, not ideal that those guys got bled by those bushes. That there are different tiers of status effect damage in this game. The bleed from bushes is incredibly minimal. Also, that was very good damage spread, though. That normally does not kill everyone on that shield rupture, and I appreciate that. Also, we saw for a split second there someone you might be familiar with. Might be familiar with this gentleman. We gotta do some skills. We gotta get coercive shout. And set some gear. Ichi needs more HP. Eri can start going for some crits with a diabolic wristband. And Psycho doesn't need job boosting anymore. She needs damage. Because Psycho's coming back, baby. Adachi's out. Psycho's in. Also, how's our MP looking? Okay, MP's fine. MP's fine. We wanted to save at least the smoke bomb here because sometimes there are literal trash enemies that can spawn on the corner there. Luckily, we didn't see them. But also, say hi. He's not the main character this game. He's still here. Hi, Kiryu. Oh. Kiryu is a tough cookie. What am I doing? Muscle Soda. Quick onto Eri. So that Eri can dish out good damage. Nice fast Ichi means we can get Masochist bonus before Kiryu does anything. And now there is one big quirk to Kiryu's fight. Kiryu will not hit women. Period. Oh, what? I didn't even know that could have stun. Ah! If Jungigan doesn't go quick, I'm gonna have to steal, or I'm gonna have to heal with Psycho. Okay, good. Kiryu will not hit women, which means only Ichi and Jungihan will be the targets. Which is a problem. Because if Ichi dies, it's game over. Well, at least he got woken up out of it. But luckily, Ichi has the host class, and the host class has a great single target heal. It can make Kiryu, or it can make Ichi drunk. Kiryu can quite literally punch the drunk out of Ichi. Get out of this phase, come on! Ichi's gonna have to heal again. Should be fine. This should push into next phase. Okay, this is next phase. I need to heal with Ichi though immediately. This phase is rough. It is not, honestly, it's not like the worst. Rush is the most painful to deal with, but there's an ability in this phase. Oops, wrong ability. Shoot. There's an ability in this phase called Beast Throw that can glitchedly hit twice. If it hits twice, that's like a good 4 400 damage Kiryu's gonna be doing. Also, I'm sorry, Jungi-han, you're probably gonna die. Yep, sorry, Jungi-han. I think it's fine. Jungi-han can probably stay down. Because now he's into final phase, which is not the worst. Should be able to finish off with 3 attacks? No, Ichi's got this. Ichi, you got this. Ichi, please got this. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Kiryu is done. Jungi-han didn't survive the fight, but that's okay. Jungi-han already has all the abilities we want on him. It's okay. So, Dr. Fat Kitty, thank you for the raid. That's going to be a delayed sound effect, probably. It's fine. But now, off to the next area where we can probably do one quick donation before we get in, because we've got to do some menuing. Item, heal, get that, party members, Jungi-han or Psycho for Dachi. There's that noise, and off to the bar. Heck. All right. Now we're going off to the hardest boss fight of this run. Got a couple fights ahead of us first. Couple fights ahead of us first. Starting off with this gentleman. Jungi-han. Please focus all of your damage on him. Ichi, summon Gary. Eri, start cleaning up all the ads. Adachi, what are you? You are having a shimmy sham over there. It's fine. We gotta focus. The big guy down, he has a lot of HP. Jungi-han and Adachi will focus the big guy. Ichi and Eri will focus multi-target for add damage to clear out the rest. Please paralyze him. Come on. Just give me a paralyze. I'll take a bleed heal. Or I'll take a bleed kill, though. That's nice. That is nice. Okay. Another fight. Then we've got to gear up for the hardest fight in this run. Give him the old DRD. Deguchi will survive. Sometimes Adachi can outspeed. Dang it. It hurts every time. Okay. Gear edits. Ichi, Gallant Binding. He needs more HP. Jungi-han, optimize. Superpower Ring goes off for the Courage Pendant. Psycho needs some more XP while she's on the sidelines. Heal, I need MP. And hardest fight, go. Ishioda's back. He's meaner than ever. And he's got an ally named Mirror Face. It looks like Adachi. Don't worry about it. It's a plot thing. It's fine. Muscle Soda onto Eri. Ichi, get the defense up. Don't want to see gunshot. That hurts. Okay. We are going to be focusing Ishioda more so than Mirror Face. Mirror Face can take any side damage. That is okay. Jungi-han will be our reluctant healer. We want him to keep everyone alive. Robson come in and do some damage. Stop. Stop hurting Joongi Han. Stop using gunshot. Ugh. I'm just going to do another big heal. Because pretty soon, we're going to be pushing Ishioda into phase 2. And this is where things can get even more scary. Attacks are what we do want to see. Rose Typhoon for good damage on both. Stop using Head Splitter. Head trauma onto Ishioda when Joongi Han can do damage. Because head trauma does great damage. And the Dragon Knuckles increase physical attack damage. Ishioda's at phase 2 and we get Malicious Grin. A move that fears everyone on the team. Didn't fear Joongi Han because of that lovely courage pendant we put on him. So Joongi Han will be keeping everyone alive. Hopefully, including himself. Stop hitting me with gunshot. We want. Good. We actually do want Mirror Face and Ishioda to hit different people, so that they can get knocked out of fear. So that's great. That means Adachi and Eri are back up and ready to dish out the damage. We can go Ndawada. Weaken, as well as it was a boost, so it's another tier of Weaken. And Ishioda has a counter in this phase called Fearsome Counterattack, or Fearsome Gunshot. We don't want to see it. It's a very mean counter. Okay, we should be good though. Should be good now. Paralysis Punks should defeat Ishioda. And Mirror Face is not a pushover, but he really can't kill us the way Ishioda can. Okay. Good. This was a good fight though. It's a really good fight though. It's fine if he takes down anyone. He can if he uses Killing Slash. We should be fine. Okay, good. Good. Great fight, honestly. Great fight, honestly. Didn't see the worst of it. We had to heal a bunch with Joongi Han to start, but the second half was very good. And now, on to the finale. The final chapter of the run. The hardest part is over, but we ain't done yet. Whew, now would be another good time for donations. We got a lot of cutscenes ahead of us. But again, I want to thank everyone who's hanging out, all the lovely people who raided while I'm making this submission run. I appreciate you being my audience, asking some questions here and now and again. Okay, spawns us right next to a vending machine. We need to buff up, get some more muscle sodas. Head on over to the pawn shop. We are back in Kamurocho. This pawn shop had them at the very beginning, but we didn't have 30,000 yen at the very beginning. We got to get those rocket launchers back. And crucially, we got to pick up one accessory while we're in Kamurocho. We don't need anything else. We don't need anything else, but we desperately need the Curse Substitute. The Curse Substitute is an accessory that makes the wearer immune to one-hit kill attacks. There is only one fight in this entire run, not in the game. There's only one fight in this entire run that has a one-hit kill attack, and it is the third from Final Fight. And it is the longest fight of the run. We do not want a death on it. And again, if the party leader dies, it's game over. It is a very, very rude thing to have it on this boss. I am fine with one-hit kill attacks, not in a party leader death scenario. Or party leader death equals game over scenario. It is one of my few complaints over boss fight design in this run or in this game. Is that is an incredibly rude fight to put a one-hit kill attack when you so rarely ever see a one-hit kill attack. That basically means that in order to be safe in some of these types of games, that you would have to have one-hit kill resistance on your main party member no matter what. And that is not great when you're restricted in that manner. But we're finally at... Who could have guessed that this would be the final location of a Yakuza game? The Millennium Tower. Is it really a Yakuza game if it doesn't end at the Millennium Tower? I say that like I know all the endings of Yakuza games, but Yakuza Like a Dragon is the only Yakuza game I've played. I've watched plenty, a few speedruns of various Yakuza games. I watched a full playthrough of Yakuza 0. God, Yakuza 0 was fantastic, and I can say that even as someone who's just watched it. But God, I absolutely love this game. I missed quite a few references, starting with this game over any other. But I still absolutely adore this game. And it didn't damper my first experience with it at all. And the more I learn, the more it makes sense. And the more I'm just like, oh. I'm just like, I'm enjoying some complexity more as I'm learning more. Any plans on playing other Yakuza games? Not right now. I've just got too many things that I want to do. But I should. I really should. If anything, I'd probably pick up one of the Judgment games. Judgment and Lost Judgment, also by Ryugagotoku Studios. That are ostensibly the extension of... God dang it! The extension of the Yakuza franchise and continuing the brawler-style combat. Wrong move! That's not good. This fight's gonna be really slow now. I did an oopsie. So this fight, normally not Rose Typhoon, you're supposed to use Robson. Also, these peer reviewers are very fast and they really don't like Eri. They almost always go after Eri. It's very rude. Also very weak to blade attacks. Finish him off. Ugh, that was a rough fight. That is not how that fight is supposed to go. I apologize for being distracted by my own commentary. It happens. It happens. The downside of trying to explain absolutely everything you're doing makes it sometimes so that you're focusing too hard on explaining it and you're forgetting about actually doing it. All right. This fight's an easy one, but this fight leads us into the fact that we can actually skip fights. We can actually skip fights in the set piece. There are 3 fights that we can skip. This first one we skip by heading quick to the right, hugging the right wall, over into here, and we did it. Skip 1. 1 down. This fight starts with a head trauma onto the Dark Sweeper. He's very fast. Also, he has a ton of HP, so head trauma needs to be our way to go. Rose. Darts. Shield Rupture. And punch him while he's down, Jungi-Han. Good. All right. Ichi will run out of MP later on in this set piece. So we take the heal while we can. Off to the next fight. This one is Phantom Drive on the main one. Rose. Darts. Possibly could finish faster if I did Adachi Shield Rupture, but it's fine. This next fight is even simpler. This next fight's a good one, though. Because it's just a simple guard, Rose, done. Mana points? I believe it is mental points in this game. Still MP. This is the next fight skip. We did it. It looks easy, but it's strained. You can mess it up actually quick. Just kind of have to take a nice shallow angle across that corner. But if you take off the corner or anything, you get into that fight and you waste probably like a minute and a half. All right, next floor. This fight is a little bit of a strategy to it. Essence of Phantom Drive. Guard. Darts. Stop with the guillotine. And paralysis points. And now is the final skip. The final skip of this set piece. We need to hurry on as fast as we can. Over to here. Wait behind the wall. Wait for those gentlemen to get behind the pillar. Go. And enter the fight behind them before the fight in front. Phantom Drive onto Kuwabara. Essence of Mayon to take down Kuwabara. So all the darts will now be hitting Hirota. Paralysis Prong. Scoop him up off the ground. Nice paralysis. Means he's not going to be doing anything. But get him with the head trauma. Don't kick the table at him, Jungi-Han. Again, we don't want you knocking him over. Should be fine if a dart doesn't, or if a dart whiffs. Jungi-Han can just go in and punch. Or now he's too far away, so it's fine. Okay. 2 more fights before entering the final boss rush. Don't really need this heal, but the MP was a little bit lower on Jungi-Han and Adachi, so just in case. I'll only lose a second or 2. Secret fight. Hiding behind the pillar the whole time. Guard. Robson. Oh, nice boost. Not needed, but still a nice boost. And darts. And off to the final fight before the boss rush. Could have probably fit in 1 donation in between there, between those 2 fights. Ah. This fight doesn't do like any damage. It burns everyone, but it's just slow. these enemies do have attacks that can kill Ichi, and that's what we really don't want to see. Now we have to watch everyone burn, unfortunately. And we just have to slowly whittle away this guy's health. He's got a lot. Rude. Can this kill Eri? Nearly. Nearly can kill Eri. Didn't know. And Gilmore's down. Jungi-han. Back! Alright. The last little prep here. Probably would fit in one donation while I'm doing this gear. Ichi calendar for curse. Choose Adachi. Optimize Jungi-han. Weapon. Put on lightning bandages. Put on superpower ring over courage pendant. Psycho needs magic. Party edit. Adachi for Psycho. Heal. MP's good. All right. On to the final boss rush and the longest fight of this run. Oh, Tendo. Tendo. This guy has 26,000 HP. He's very fast. Doesn't do the most amount of damage, but he can absolutely waste a lot of our time if he wants. We're going to start with Jungi-han to land a poison, hopefully. Didn't land it, that's unfortunate. Hopefully, Eri can make up. Royal Beaton is what we don't want to see because it's 2 attacks in a row. Now, Eri's going to be using Trickster's Top Hat, which is a 1 in 4 chance to land a poison. Oh my god. Thank you, Eri. I'm glad that happened first try, but that is only a 1 in 4 chance to land that poison. There is fire, there's ice, and there are attacks that hat can also throw out. We only want the poison. And as I was talking with the bleed, has different tiers. Bleed has different tiers, but so does poison. The poison shot from Jungi-han does like 90? Does like 90 or so damage per tick of poison. Also, this poison will never go off of Tendo. It'll be doing damage the entire fight. But Eri's poison does 190 every single tick. Significantly higher. Landing this poison saves so much time. Now we just got to be paying close attention to our health. Dragon's Descent is good. That costs 2 turns and is not that much more powerful than a regular attack. That's what we like to see. Ichi will heal next time. I think Eri and Cycle both use 1 of their buff turns, so I need to pay attention to that. Yeah, and Ichi will heal. We don't need MP heal yet, so I'll just get everyone back to full. I only have 2 more full heals. I need to remember that. Good. Dragon Descent is good. We like to see that. Okay, I think this is Psycho's second turn with their buff. And the reason we don't have Adachi in this fight is because Psycho does such great damage. Also, Adachi really can't do much damage at all. Because Tendo is incredibly resistant. Stop hitting Jungi-han while he's on the ground. Tendo is very resistant to blunt physical damage. And that's really like all that Adachi can do. So Adachi does not do a great job in this fight. I'm going to do a single target heal onto Jungi-han. Ichi can't do much damage in this fight. So Ichi's going to be our primary healer. If he gets a free turn, we're going to launch a rocket launcher. But probably, yeah, Ichi's... Ichi's next turn is going to be rebuffing Saiko because this is Saiko's third use on the buff, so it'll be down by her next turn. Next Jungi Han turn needs to be a Muscle Soda onto Eri. Gosh dang it. Everyone should be fine. Yeah, we're going to be pushing into next phase. So Psycho Coercive Shout. Get that buff back on her. Oh, Eri actually already ran out. Whoops. Didn't count my turns right. All right. Phase 2. Phase 2, Tendo's got some new tricks. And brass knuckles. But Tendo's got hands now. The left hand does a large damage that almost always crits. The right hand is the one-hit kill attack. We don't want to see the right hand unless it targets Ichi. Then it's a wasted turn because Ichi's immune to it. Need Muscle Soda onto Eri. Okay. That is right hand. Are we getting a heal turn? Or is Psycho... Eri might have to heal. It's a waste of a turn on our buff. Otherwise, Psycho will die to this. Hopefully... Dang it. Unfortunate. I had to, otherwise Psycho's gonna die. Give us an MP heal. Okay, now we can go back to damage. Wow, basic attack in phase 2. Really? I can just hope that Psycho survives. Shoot! Well, Psycho's gonna die now. Psycho still had Masochist buff, that's why I didn't do so much. Psycho is going to die to this. Yep, I even guarded it. No, I didn't. I was pressing X too fast. Oh, that's the one-hit kill. Come on, Jungi Han. Give him the schmoves. Dodge it. Dang it. Tendo. I only have one more first aid kit, you jerk. Okay, that's fine. Target Eri. Eri's at good health. Also, I still haven't gotten any rocket launchers off. I'm gonna heal with Jungi Han then, and then I'm gonna rocket with Ichi. Yeah, that's gonna be the play. Oh my God, Tendo is going very fast too. I'm glad I have the good poison for how fast he's going. Yeah, I need to heal. Okay, we have plenty of MP, so I'm just gonna make sure everyone's surviving. With my last full heal. Hit him with a rocket launcher. Yeah, Psycho's gonna have to swap out. Because we don't need Psycho for the next fight. Hopefully we can get Tendo to death before Adachi's turn. I think we should be able to. Yeah, we should be able to. This plus poison will maybe do it. Come on, poison, do the kill. Yes. Whew. Okay. All right. Not the greatest Tendo, but it'll get the job done. All right, this will be time for the one quick donation before entering into the second to last fight against the real Aoki, the governor of Tokyo. I haven't discussed this story much, and I would do a poor job of doing it. But that is Masato Arakawa, actually. Arakawa Sr.'s son, who is now governor of Tokyo. And we need to take him down. Head trauma. We want to focus him down so we can hopefully end this fight one cycle of turns early. Land a crit Airy. That is not a crit Airy. Summon Seijima. Doing great damage and lowering Aoki's defense. Aoki will summon backup. Ah, there's the transfer shield too. Dang it. Okay, well, we're gonna try for the rocket launcher. Nice crit. That's going to help Adachi. The transfer shield increases Aoki's defense, which is obviously not great for us. Oh, nice. You're at point blank range. Get him! Good job. Majima to get that freaking transfer shield off of Aoki. Get up, Aoki. We need to do damage. I don't think I have the damage output to get Aoki out of this. No, it's not going to be enough. He's going to do another round of backup. Rude. A taunt? Rude. Nah. Dang it. Wasn't able to do enough damage even with the rocket launcher. The transfer shield was just too strong this time around. So now we just gotta clear out everyone. Make sure we've done enough damage to push Aoki out of this fight and then guard until his turn. And he runs, which, again, we could have done better. Or we could have gotten one turn sooner if we were able to take him out. But we just didn't have the damage. Unfortunate. And on to the final fight. But before that, we need some damage. Because Ichi and the young master he used to look after all those years ago need to have their one-on-one. And I love this song. It is a, like, perfect final boss fight song. It's a one-on-one fight. Gonna be slightly less one-on-one than I think Masato thinks it's gonna be. We do have some friends that we can bring along to this fight. Not our allies, but we do have some pound mates left over. Kiryu, come say hi. Actually don't want him to miss because that Huff loses time. Oh. We also have Robson, who does as much damage as Kiryu. Ow. Unfortunate. Also, really? Oh, that's right. He actually does that. It's been a long time since I whiffed my perfect guard. He actually, it is, you do not want to get knocked down because it's slow. We want him to stay relatively towards the center here, because if he is not towards the center, our special move that we're doing will have an unskippable cutscene like this and lose a couple seconds. But it is done. The fight is over. We have 3 more QTEs, and time is on the final QTE. And I just love having this play out because, God, I love the timing of the music with this. Time is on the next QTE. time. And that is Yakuza Like a Dragon. This was honestly, for me explaining as much as I possibly could, and having that distraction on top of all the other things I was going. This was a good run. This was a good run. 401 is a good time. I am happy with that run, and I hope y'all enjoyed it. I adore this speedrun. It is a long run. It is an RPG, but it's Yakuza. It's wild. If we get incentives, choosing language, choosing outfits, and showing off the sillier side of the game, with showing off the pound make cutscenes. The pound make cutscenes are so much fun, as well as showing off some of the essence cutscenes that we're using. All those abilities where we were just pressing start to skip over throughout the run, we would showcase all of them once. And like I said it multiple times through the run, I love how much this run is just like all the different phases of an RPG speedrun all meshed into just one run. The pure RNG sections, the massive amount of planning and routing, and all the work that the community's done with all of that. Then to the straight up execution section of it, that it's very low RNG dependence, and then to the final fights, very adaptive, very tough fights that we need to pay close attention, and small errors can cost us lots of time. I really adore how this run progresses, gameplay, and then this game itself. I absolutely adore. It's a wild time. There's so much in this game that obviously is not showed in the speedrun. We do only a handful of the sub stories that are all fantastic and ridiculous, but also still heartfelt. The story, God, watching this cutscene always gets me every time. But yeah, that's all I've got to show you for the run. This would be about the point where we, during a marathon, we'd wrap things up. I'd thank everyone, and I'll thank the wonderful submission people that are gonna have to watch through this, because it's a lot of work, and I appreciate all the effort you do to get this marathon set up, and I hope you enjoyed the run. Hope you enjoyed the run as much as I did. Yeah. Last closing thoughts are just thanks for watching. Thanks to chat for hanging out, even if they're not visible on stream. They've been a great audience. Thanks to the Yakuza speedrunning community for welcoming me in and being open to all the silly ideas that I've had. Like yeah, in the 6 months that I've joined the run, we've pushed the time down by 10 minutes, and that's a heck of a feat. It was quite well optimized with the routes as they were, and all the work that Metza did and everyone else did to route things out initially, and then to be able to come in, have the impact, to throw out some ideas, to test and experiment and grow this run together has been a fantastic time. But yeah, thanks so much for watching. Jeez, I'm already spent. This is a long run. But thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the run and have a good review session through all of these GDQ submissions. All right, take care. Now chat, you can be set free. Chat, you can be set free. You're free. You show up on screen. You can speak. I mean, you could always speak. But yeah, thank you so much everyone for hanging out. I appreciate it. I know this was different. Having to try and treat this more like a marathon style commentary. I hope I did well with the marathon commentary. Yeah, I can't bring up the story that much. I really can't. I can't speak to its justice at all. Not while trying to explain all the other things that I'm doing and all the other things. I'm just I would have to enlist other commentators to potentially do that, or just have to skip the story and for having people to enjoy the story themselves. Would I have my couch for GDQ if I got in? Who'd ever be there? It is in Minnesota, so it's in Minnesota. There's not going to be as many slots open because of obviously COVID concerns. There's going to be more spacing, less people there. Masks are going to be required. Vaccinations are required. So there's going to be there's going to be less people around. So it's going to be heavily dependent on who's there. It would be lovely to have other speedrunners of this game sit on the couch. If possible, it would be neat. SAR did throw out the option that because SAR's in Wisconsin and it's taking place in Minnesota, that's not too far away. SAR could probably swing it if he really wanted to. And I would be glad to have SAR on my couch. Because SAR does know this game quite well, and he's seen me run quite a few times, so he'd be fitting. Oh. I'm glad you enjoyed the comment. Also, howdy, Juice. Thanks for stopping by. Yes, SGDQ 2022 is in person. They are having some of it online. I think what is likely is that either one or 2 days are going to be either all online or hybrid between online and physical. I'd expect that there's probably just going to be one day that is going to be the online submissions so that they don't have to swap between the various setups. It's going to be a lot to try and handle both. But they are accepting, or there is some online component to it. But there is an on-site event where I'm assuming most of the focus is going to be on. And then yeah, obviously with COVID still being a thing and still likely a thing in 3-4 months time when GDQ is finally back, it's probably still gonna be there. So there are the restrictions, not restrictions, but they're imposing it even if restrictions are lessened, which is good. There's going to be spacing. There's going to be masks. There's going to be COVID or vaccination requirements. It's great. Happy for the sake of VTubers and international speedrunners that some online stuff will still be done. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly, MDH. Because as much as the in-person event is obviously the focus and everything like that, with it being charity first and foremost, but also a large event for the speedrun community, which is a very dispersed or a very disparate community all over the place. It is nice to have an event where people can actually come together and hang out. But that in a single location requirement does make it much more difficult for international speedrunners as well as people who aren't quite so comfortable at being on camera. So yeah, it is fantastic that it is still being maintained as an option, and I do hope they maintain it to an extent going forward. that they have that capability now in their pocket, that they can hold a good marathon online as well as in person, and include more people that otherwise would not be able to. Like, yeah, like VTubers or people who aren't quite so comfortable showing their face or in public spaces, international, so they don't have to spend like $3,000 on flights. As well as those people that have specific setups. The specific setups is a huge one too, for games like the dancing games, the Tetris, arcade games and stuff like that. Those were always a notorious pain point to try and set up to move and set up at a different location. It is nice to have that option available to have some of those very technical setups be just held at where they are. Yeah. I hope everyone's having a good weekend. I'm pretty tired. My voice is exhausted. I don't know if it if it shows up or if you can hear it in my voice, but yeah, my throat's a little scratchy. I downed this entire water bottle. But that was a lot to commentate. So it was a lot of speaking. I would need more water on hand. Yeah, and yeah, I want there to be remote options at GDQs in the future as well. Because yeah, it has more benefits outside of just obviously the COVID safeness. I'm glad that this run went well. Probably submit this at a time of 410 because things can go wrong. Very much things can go wrong, but a sub 410 should be very consistently doable. 410, or maybe I should just do 415 just in case. I should do 415 just in case. So yeah, this was a good run, and this was a 401. If I get worse RNG, if I get a death to Kiryu or Reiji or Majima, those are large time losses. And I can have backup saves, obviously, but yeah, those are like 2 minutes, 3 minutes a piece if I have any of those deaths. So yeah, 415. 415. Because they want you to submit a time that 99% of the time you will do better than. 410, if things go very bad, 410 could not be met. So yeah, 415 I'll submit it. And then incentives are added after the fact. Or time added after the fact. Yeah, I'm glad. I hope everyone enjoyed this run. I hope my commentary was well enough. I know I stammered and stumbled a little bit, but I think my commentary was good. Yeah, I will have to. Yeah, I'll probably end stream now. I will have to cut the beginning and end. I'll have to cut the beginning and end and start the rendering of that before I go to bed. So I can get everything uploaded and submitted tomorrow. As well as tomorrow. I still gotta stream tomorrow. I doubt at this point. I just didn't really have as much time this week as I was expecting. As well as just got absolutely exhausted. I got like 5 hours of sleep every night this week. I didn't get enough time to play SteamWorld Quest like I wanted to. But we're gonna do some runs tomorrow. We'll see still. I even if I'm not gonna submit SteamWorld Quest to GDQ, if I can't reliably or maybe if I do start feeling good about the run, I can look back and see about my RPG Limit Break submission video. Actually.
誰も本当の俺のことなんか見てくれちゃいなかった。
Yeah, I think actually I could submit my RPG Limit Break submission video.
弱くて醜い自分が嫌で必死にもがい
It
た
was,
結
it
果が
was
そう
from
なったん
from
だろう
from
けどな。
2 years back now, but
それは違いますよ。わ
that
かる。
was still I think I did a good job with that submission video.
荒川の
If
人は
anything, I
沢
could
城
I
の
could
頭
dub it
だ
over
け
to
ずっと本当のあんたのこと
to
だ
say
け見てたんです
GDQ,
よ。
but either way, I think that actually yeah, they don't really care that it was for a
無所
previous
出て
event
最初に青木亮って人間を見たとき、それが荒川
or
正人だ
that
っ
it was
て
a submission for a
すぐ
previous
わかりま
event.
した。
It's just they want it to be a representation of the run and me and
大事な人なんですから。
of the community around. And I liked that submission video. It got that submission video got me into RPG Limit Break, even if RPG Limit Break got canceled because of the pandemic.
あんたがどんなに悪いことしても、なんで最後まで荒川のおやつさんも沢城の頭も俺も放っておけ
Will
な
there
い
be
のか。
content
そりゃ
warnings?
な、
Um,
理屈じゃねえ。
on stream for GDQ
心の根っ
probably.
この部分で繋がっちまってるからなんだよ。好きとか嫌いとか、
Like all of this we wouldn't see at GDQ for sure. Like the content that is questionable is like Gundawara and Mr. Masochist. That's like the actual content where I'm just like, maybe GDQ wouldn't want that, and I can work around it. God damn it. The scene is very emotional.
やっぱり若と俺は兄弟なんすよ。
But I need to close down for the night. It's a howdy gamer. Thanks for joining right at the end. But yeah, I need to close out. See, I see Mr. Masochist is fine. Yeah, it's debatable. It is debatable. It is inherently, this is an M-rated game. It's going to have more mature themes. And the majority is just, though there's combat, there's death in the cutscenes we see and stuff like that, but almost all of it is skipped. So like the only questionable stuff that I think that might be like, hey, maybe self-censor a bit is Gondawara, because that's a fetishistic, and I won't kink shame, but having adult men in diapers is maybe outside the bandwidth of what GDQ wants acceptable. And then obviously Mr. Masochist is quite literally sadomax. I guess and as much as it's approached very in a very silly manner, I can get it if they're just like, nah, maybe just call it something else. It's fine. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me tonight. I need to clip this video. Also, yeah, plenty of horror games do much worse. That is fair. That is fair. Mr. M. I think Froob did some runs for not RPG Limit Break, but Questing for Glory of this game. And I believe he called him Mr. Feels No Pain instead. So yeah. Yeah, I am going to go to bed. Wow, I didn't get a single gold split. I mean, which is good, which is good because I didn't think that would happen, but neat. Yeah, I need to close things out. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. I appreciate it, even if it was a different style of things that we're doing. Let's see who we can go say hi to. Oh, there's lots of people streaming. Nicole's just starting with some golf speed runs. Scaredy is doing some Yu-Gi-Oh! Chen's doing Paper Mario. Rena's doing Tunic. I think let's go say hi to Gam, though. Gam's doing some Lego. He's doing some Lego. Let's go say hi to Gam. Let's go say hi to Gam. But yeah, again, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. Appreciate y'all being here and joining me on this. And I hope this gets in. I really do. I adore this run. It is so much fun, and I really want to see it in GDQ. And I hope, I really hope that this gets in. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be messing around with SteamWorld Quest, seeing what a D-Rust feels like. And we'll see about maybe submitting that run in as well. Maybe fit in, or maybe try a couple runs of SteamWorld Quest tomorrow. So yeah, thanks again. Have yourselves a wonderful night. And go eat some love on over to Cam. All right, goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.